What's up? Give me a second while I set up shop here. Let's see. Got my laptop on the side and live stream. So opening the show. There we go. Opening the show. That ought to do it. That looks nice. Let's go to my I always call YouTube eBay. I don't know why. Extra weird that even though I'm live streaming on YouTube, the title of the episode is yesterday's title, and I don't know why that is. Very odd, but let's see. I found a podcast just about 15 minutes ago that looks interesting, and it's interesting to me so that um, I can listen while the audience is quiet, and it'll give me something to talk about if I feel like making commentary. So it's like simulcasting a uh, podcast on YouTube with my commentary. I don't I don't know if people have probably done that before, but in lieu of playing copyrighted music, I'm still experimenting here. 3 years on the whatnot, still experimenting with ideas. Here's another idea. I'm going to play this podcast, which is on YouTube. You can find it. It's called Direct Edition, and the episode is called Skid Row's Sebastian Bach Reveals His Insane Comic Collection. So, so yeah, I'm going to play this. It's just like Sebastian was, and the host, who I forget his name. They were talking about stuff that gets me hot and bothered. So I thought it would be fun and give me something to talk about at the same time. And maybe I'll pause the podcast and make my own comments on the way. So I want to give the host proper um, credit, and I don't see his name in the item description. So let's give the host some credit for his cool podcast. One second. Here we go. We're gonna play this. I look up right in the top middle of the top shelf is Amazing Fantasy number 50. Welcome back to Direct Edition, a podcast about nothing and everything. I am your host, Dave, and So his name is Dave. Thanks, Dave.
Interview with Sebastian Bach. Sebastian Bach, he's not just the former lead singer of Skid Row on their two best albums, self-titled "Enslaved to the Groove."
Yeah, Sebastian Bach is
somebody who appeared on Broadway in multiple shows.
He was the lead singer of Skid Row. He since has his own solo career. I don't know too much about Skid Row. A couple of good songs that I remember from back in the day, but I wasn't the biggest fan. Any Skid Row fans out there? You whatnot whippersnappers. We're going to be talking about stuff that you probably don't know anything about. So I'm just going to yammer today while it's while I'm drawing. So you guys tend to be a little on the quiet side. I understand. It's fun to just stop in and watch and browse and work while you have this on. So I'm going to try to play this podcast and I'll make my own kind of comments on the way. Here we go.
And also on TV with the Gilmore Girls and Trailer Park
So the guy's name is Dave.
He's just kind of this positive voice for a generation of people.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's probably just you and me, but good afternoon, Miss Mayhem. I'm going to yammer about classic comics today.
And he's been a comic collector since he was a kid, or a comic reader, and then a collector. And it was something that I had found out about on MTV Cribs. I reached out to his team a while back, and finally here we are.
Proud to say, I think I've never seen a single episode of MTV Cribs.
Even if you're not into comics, you are really going to appreciate this interview, because the smile on my face matches the smile on his face for the entire time of the interview. And before we get into it, if you're new here, please consider hitting subscribe. This channel is not just about comics, it's about music and movies and the things that I love. And I try to bring that into all my interviews and share that with you. And stay tuned after. I'll talk a little bit about.
Feel free to make your own comments if you can. Hopefully, you can hear the podcast well enough.
Without further ado, Sebastian Bach. Hi, everybody. Today I have a very, very special guest. Somebody who you may know from the multi-platinum selling records, Skid Row records that he sold, or maybe you watched him on Gilmore Girls, or maybe you saw him on Broadway. Yes, I'm talking
Craven's Last Hunt.
Oh,
we gotta pause it already.
How's it going, man?
It's good.
I spent maybe 4 hours in a comic store on what day is it?
Craven's Last Hunt. Did you buy those as they came out? Because that was like a weekly story, right? It was a crossover from all of the ongoing Spider-Man stories, right? I was not regularly buying comics at that time. I don't think I have all of those. I know for a fact that I haven't read the complete Craven's Last Hunt stories, but I'm a fan of all the creators involved. Mike Zeck was the artist, right? Mike Zeck, loved him on Master of Kung Fu, and I loved him on Captain America. He did some of my favorite issues of Captain America, and his inker, I think, was John Beatty at the time, who's one of my favorite inkers. Certainly my favorite Mike Zeck inker. So everything there kind of all fits. As far as the creators or things that I would like, but for some reason I never read the whole Craven's Last Hunt storyline. I got a little sneak peek onto some of this, so I know Sebastian's favorite character is the Hulk. So I'm going to put the Hulk in here too. Intense story. Okay, back to Sebastian. Here we go.
Hey, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Today's Wednesday. New comic book day.
Was it Monday? I spent about, or maybe it was yesterday. I can't. No, it was 2 days ago. Monday, I spent around 4 hours with my boy Trace and my wife Suzanne in a comic store in Vegas called Velvet Underground.
Oh wow!
It's been around forever here.
Velvet and
I have so much fun. I could spend hours, and I do spend hours in comic stores. I go through everything. If we're talking about comics, you should know that you're interviewing a proud owner of Amazing Fantasy number 15.
That's right. First appearance of this guy.
I own that comic, so we should get that out of the way.
Well, I do not own that. Anybody in the stream, you whatnot, whippersnappers, anybody, any of you guys own Amazing 15? I probably own about five different reprints of it, one of which is right here by my side. It's like a Bible for me. Nearby? It's nearby, but can I find it? Is the question. Because I've got a lot of stuff near me right now. Let's see. Okay, I have a copy of Amazing 15, a reprint. It's within arm's reach. It's just that there are about 300 comics within arm's reach of me right now, and so I can't find it right now. But let's move on.
You know, for me, I found out that you were into comics on that MTV Cribs episode, and you know it was like 25 years ago. And I know you lost that house, but you didn't lose your comics. And watching your enthusiasm, getting excited, showing those books off, whether it was the AF-15 or it was the Hulk 3. I want to take it back to your childhood. Do you remember maybe one of the first couple of comics that you ever read that got you super stoked?
I certainly remember. I'll never forget. I was five years old in Agincourt, Ontario, Canada, which is a suburb of Toronto. Mm-hmm. And I was in my cousin Kevin and Allison's basement. We were watching The Wizard of Oz, Rankin
Look at Miss Mayhem. Miss Mayhem's stirring up the pot right away. I don't like Amazing Spider-Man. Haha. So you have to tell us why, please, and then tell us some of the characters that you like to read about. And there are no wrong answers. We don't judge here. If you can, this is a safe space. You can freely say that you don't like Amazing Spider-Man. Just tell us why. That's all we ask. Yes, I think Ainge's head is exploding. It's all good. I like stirring up the pot and how fresh it is. We're 15 minutes into the episode and already the pot is upset. Here we go. I always cause mayhem. LOL. There it is. Living up to your name. Now we know why. Miss Mayhem's about to tell us why she doesn't read Spider-Man, or she doesn't like it. He's a rip-off of Superman. Okay. A lot of characters are a rip-off of Superman. I won't disagree with that. But aren't a lot of characters a rip-off of Superman? And who do you like? Miss Mayhem's gonna tell us who she likes, who she's reading, or something like that. Batman is my favorite character. Batman's a great character. So Superman. I was just on Heritage Auctions. Ah, where's this? Hold on a second. One of the painful things is I have to work for a living, but if I could, I'd be like Sebastian Bach and I'd be like 4 hours in a store here. But here's a flyer I got from Heritage Auctions. I went through a phase, much like last year on Whatnot, where I was just combing Heritage Auctions, and they had a comics auction every week. And so for about a year, I was just like blasting Heritage Auctions. I was buying comics, CGC graded stuff, original art. I went through a phase with my friend Greg, and I guess I'm still on the mailing list. But here's some of the original art that's going to be up for auction in February 26th through March 1st. There's a weekend long auction, and we got a Todd McFarlane splash. We got a Peanuts original art. If I was going to tell anybody to buy original art, like blue chip investment, just buy it and then sit on it. Peanuts art, especially with Snoopy on it, I just buy it and then buy a rake. Jim Lee splash with the entire X-Men cast on there. It's freaking hardcore, dude. Tales from the Crypt, EC Horror, actual original art. You believe this stuff? One of my favorite Spidey covers. Look at that figure. Look at that figure. It's friggin' beautiful. It's Spider-Man. Sorry, Miss Mayhem. Let's see. Any Batman art? There is actually, I went on the website. There's actually quite a bit of Batman original art. It's just not in this catalog, or it's not in this flyer. Two original covers from Action Comics from the 1940s. You believe that even this art even exists is kind of a minor miracle that this art has survived 80 years. And then two Frazetta uh, original art pieces, one from Battlestar Galactica, and one is a Vampirella cover, although the Vampirella cover I remember, she wasn't butt naked. She had her costume on. I could be misremembering altogether. One of my favorite comics of all time was Giant Size Superstars Fantastic Four. It was one of my first experiences with a giant size comic. So it was a super extra long story. Um, if I remember right, this particular battle, they switched brains. I could be wrong about that. Like, in other words, Ben Grimm was in the Hulk's body and Bruce Banner was in the Thing's body. Could be wrong about that. I could be misremembering. So let's find out what Miss Mayhem says. Batman has no sense of humor growing up. That's for sure. Batman's my favorite character. Daytona says Batman is boring. Ainge says Miss Mayhem, I should have guessed that. Yes, because she got quite a few sketches, Batman characters. Joker, Utility Belt, Batman, Jam Piece. Miss Mayhem's a Batman person. Miss Mayhem says, haha, Daytona. Daytona says Batman has no sense of humor growing up. Daytona, it's just his nature to stir up the pot with his Batman is boring comment. Probably the most popular character superhero character around right now is probably Batman. So Daytona's got to step on that. Daytona says Batman has no sense of humor growing up. Yeah, for sure. His parents were killed in front of his eyes. Miss Mayhem says, right with my commissions. Miss Mayhem says, Daytona, I love the dark seriousness of Batman. Ainge says, Vampirella was selling good yesterday. There was a guy selling books for $8 a piece. I'm going to break them out again. Oh, was this on a different stream, not on your stream? You got to sell them for $8 on your stream, Ange. Were they the magazines or the Dynamite comics? The magazines will sell for more than $8. Vampirella, lame character, by the way. Let's see. Daytona says with several hundred Spider-Man issues. Daytona says I had 4 issues of Batman in my childhood collection with several hundred Spider-Man issues. Yeah, Spidey's just popular. So is Batman, though. Ainge says, I guess it depends on what time of the day you sell them. Ainge says, laughing, says Joe St. Pierre. Vampirella is a lame character. Am I stirring up pots now? Vampirella is a great pinup character. She's, if you're into sexy women illustrations, she's great for that. But I've never read a single Vampirella comic that was any good. I'm talking about a comic book, which is story plus art equals comics. Never read a Vampirella that was any good. I've seen a million beautiful illustrations of Vampirella. So let's make that clear. I think it's safe to say Batman and Spider-Man will survive Miss Mayhem and Daytona's opinions. But I do lean more towards Daytona in my childhood experience. I did buy Batman once in a while, but I was actively collecting Spider-Man comics. Like every issue of Spider-Man that hit the racks, I would buy intentionally. Let's go back to Sebastian and see what's going on there.
Cartoons.
Am I going to get any work done today?
60s, which is my first memories of TV. Watching TV is that show. Did you ever watch that?
This I don't remember.
The Wizard of Oz, the world of the very, very place.
No, but I have to track it down.
He's talking about a Rankin Bass
Rankin Bass
cartoon of the Wizard of Oz. I've never seen that. Have you? Whatnot whippersnappers probably don't even know what the Wizard of Oz is. It's too many foreign terms here. You probably don't know what Rankin Bass is. But you whippersnappers, all you 10-year-olds out there, Rankin Bass is animation production company, probably most popular in the 60s and early 70s, and they produced both 2D animation projects like The Hobbit and Frosty the Snowman, and they also produced the 3D animated puppet features like Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, The Little Drummer Boy, Year Without a Santa Claus, that kind of stuff. I actually met the guy who did the designs for Rankin Bass, the character designs. His name was Don Duda. He worked briefly at MTV Animation at the same time that I did, and that was fun to meet him. And I talked with him for a very short period, but he's one of those guys who looks like the characters that he designs. So it was kind of funny because um, his character design sense is naturally towards those kind of squat, big-headed characters like the Rankin Bass, um, like the Rankin Bass animated stuff. So he kind of looked like that. But we were working on a show which was very urban New York City. It was an animated show, but it was very urban New York City, and the kids were all kind of smokers and drinkers, and they were really, really skinny and tall and lank. So his character design style was like almost the direct opposite of the show we were all working on. So I found that to be very interesting. But nice guy, and I mean, just historical. Don Duda is just a historical. He's an icon of animation. That's all you can say. Okay, let's see. Anything in the chat? Miss Mayhem, shock us all. Tell us how many Batman comics you have, or graphic novels, or both. Let us have it. Okay, and then while we're waiting for that answer, we'll go back to
It was one of my
Sebastian.
first productions. Anyways, so I was in the basement and my dad comes down the stairs and he goes, Sebastian, I have something for you. And I go, what? And he goes like this. And it was a Batman comic from, it had to be 74 or something. And it was just, you know, the latest Batman comic. And I had never seen a comic before. And he put it in my hand and I never forget. I remember just being a little kid going, is this real? There's a city here. It looks pretty real to me being 5. And then I remember really staring at the logo for a long time. The Batman 70s logo kicked ass to me at a very young age. I don't know what it is.
Oh, I could. We might make it through this episode. Batman logos consistent. It's fun to compare the DC's two mainstays, Batman and Superman. For the most part, Superman has had the same logo with minor adjustments for 80 years. Over 80 years, 38. Yeah, over 80 years, 84 years, 38, 88 years. Holy shit. 88 years, Superman has had essentially the same logo. Batman, over a similar time period, has had multiple logos on the regular, and almost all of them are great. The best, I love my favorite ones are the ones with the Batman silhouette, the bat shape, and either the logo is inside the silhouette or the logo is separated. So I think Sebastian is talking about the 70s logo, which is the Batman letters, like signal style letters, and the bat symbol behind the Batman letters. Whereas the Batman, which was inside the silhouette, that was primarily the 60s logo. So I wish we could share images on. I wish we could share images on the chat. I would show you them. But okay, so let's go back to Sebastian.
Is about it, but I was fascinated. Yeah. By the logo itself on the cover. Like, wow, man. Like, it was striking. I don't know why.
It's great logo.
But I really was like blown away. And I still.
And the Superman logo is great also, by the way.
That logo. I don't know why.
It's almost like don't even, for the Superman logo, it's like don't even bother trying to improve on it, because you can't. That's kind of like what I think editors are thinking at DC. Like the Superman logo is just as iconic as Superman himself. So I think editors at DC are like, just don't fuck with the Superman logo because it's so great. And a logo is the the title part. Like this up here is the Venom logo. This is a pretty good Venom logo. I haven't seen a Venom logo that's better than this one. This one, I think, goes back to the 90s, right? Never even thought of the Venom logo. I think it's good. I don't think it's fantastic. Never even thought of the Venom logo until just now. I wonder if I took a crack at a Venom logo, what I would do with it. I'm not sure.
Well, I think because they kept that logo. I mean, I'm a kid of the '80s. I was born in '79, and they kept that logo forever. And I think Yeah, I think. Well, I don't know if Neil Adams designed the logo, but obviously he ushered in.
It looks like he did. It looks like.
Yeah,
Probably not.
And so I think his sense, along with what you were seeing on the covers, especially when you were a kid, it just sticks with you, and that logo was
really
everything.
does.
Yeah. So were you did you find artists that you really were into when you
Yes.
got a little bit older? Because I know your dad is an
Absolutely.
artist.
Absolutely. Herb Trimpe,
Mm-hmm.
who is my favorite Hulk guy, but there is others. All those 70, Len Wein.
Herb Trimpe, one of my favorite artists, and probably the best artist on the Hulk. And I think what makes Herb the best Hulk artist for me is that his Hulk was monstrous looking, but not so monstrous he was frightening. And like before Herb Trimpe came on, I think Marie Severin was the artist on the Hulk, and she drew the Hulk like a very handsome style. He was like just this big wrestler type, so he was almost handsome. I'm not sure if that was an editorial choice, you know, or not, but I think when Herb came on, the Hulk became more monstrous, and like that a lot. Well, original Hulk is Jack Kirby, right? Who drew essentially like a Frankenstein type character. The Hulk is basically Jekyll and Hyde looking like Frankenstein, right? So, but Herb's my favorite. Sal Buscema just passed away. I love his Hulk, but it's not my favorite. Sal would very frequently, these are things that I just remember. Sal would frequently say, "This is the Hulk." Show us, say, a screaming Hulk. If he's a screaming Hulk, he would frequently draw this like line of saliva connecting his top and bottom teeth. That was like a Sal Buscema trope. Like I never saw Herb Trimpe do that, or Marie Severin, or Kirby. That was a Sal Buscema thing. Like he would draw like a little piece of drool connecting his teeth. I guess I like that. I mean, I don't. I'm ambivalent. It's not like I hate. I certainly don't hate it, but for me, that was a telltale. Uh, that was a telltale sign that Sal Buscema was drawing your Hulk at the time. Anything going on in the chat? Ainge says, "What issue of Batman is your favorite?" JD in the house says, "Yo, we're talking about your favorite comics today." JD, let us know. We're already started off with someone who doesn't like Spider-Man and someone who thinks Batman is boring. So that's where we're at today. And we're listening to an interview.
Mm-hmm.
There's all the 70s ones.
He mentioned Len Wein. He says Len Wein. Len Wein is not an artist. He's a writer, but that's okay.
I mean, we all love, because that's when I was buying them for a quarter. And
Right.
I remember when they went from 20 cents to 25 cents. I was like, man, can I afford this?
Yeah, for me, it was from 30 to 35 cents when they went up a nickel. It basically wiped me out. From then on, collecting comics became a struggle because I was buying as much as I could.
You can only get 4 for a quarter now. I love the Fantastic Four.
Me
70s. Too. Okay, some of my favorite comics are like when the Hulk was versus the Fantastic Four and they're on the arch of the St. Louis. You know that cover?
Yeah.
And 167.
And then like all those covers where the Hulk is throwing something at them in the plane, and that cover blows my mind. I love that. I also love that obscure.
Look that one up. Hulk 167. I think it's George Perez doing the cover. I know he's doing the interior. That's very early Perez on the FF. Which is not my favorite Perez stuff. But one, it made me think. I listened to some of this already. It made me think like if the Hulk is in your vicinity and he's decided to start bearing down on you, that's like a scary thing, right? So kind of think about the matter of fact courage that the Fantastic Four have to just be like, um, Hulk's in town, we got to take him out. The strongest human being that ever lived, who's a walking, talking rage machine, is he's kind of he's in St. Louis. We got to go take him out. Okay, let's go. That kind of just kind of random act of courage in the superhero universe is kind of cool. I like that. If I were in the Fantastic Four and somebody were saying, Rage Machine in St. Louis, I gotta be honest, I'd be like, yeah, I'm fine. I wish them luck. I like that the FF flies right out. One of the things that I think makes a good Fantastic Four story is that they're the ambassadors to uh, they're the Earth's ambassador to the universe and to unknown things that are unknown even on our planet. And I think those are the better stories with the Fantastic Four. And they fly, like the idea that they fly right at this unfamiliar, this strange kind of phenomenon is, for me, that's what marks a great FF story. Let's see. So here we go. Here comes Sebastian.
Fantastic.
Miss Mayhem, what are your thoughts on the Fantastic Four or Daytona? Let's hear Daytona and Ainge weigh in on the FF.
For villain, the goalie guy up in space.
That's 163.
I can't remember. Guard. Gaard. Guard. As a little Canadian guy, I was like, there's a goalie in space?
That was a goofy but fun
That was
issue.
a really random villain. Remember that? Guard. I was like, that's a cool concept.
Perfect for a Canadian, yeah.
Yeah, and then your brother goes on to be a professional goaltender. Yeah. Yeah. It was meant to be. What about Kirby? Did you look back?
I love Kirby, but to me that's too obvious to say. Like,
sure.
Like I'm gonna give Herb Trimpe a shout out, and also
very nice.
Gene
Colan was a brilliant comic book artist.
The original Ghost Rider, right? Am I right? I think
he did the original. I mean, he was doing books. He was doing a lot of.
Gene Colan did not draw Ghost Rider. It's okay. I can't think of a single issue of with Ghost Rider in it that he drew. So, but Colan he was working at DC in the early Silver Age and came over to Marvel because he didn't want to piss off the editors at DC. He came over to Marvel and worked under the pseudonym Adam Austin. I believe he started on Iron Man. He's got a significant run on Iron Man, Tales of Suspense. Any Iron Man fans in the house? You whatnot whippersnappers, if it wasn't for RDJ, you wouldn't even know who Iron Man is, I bet. But also drew Captain America, significant, monumental run on Daredevil. And Howard the Duck, um, Tomb of Dracula, probably one of the best Marvel Comics monster books ever made is Tomb of Dracula. I'm not sure if he started on the first issue, but he certainly took it over, worked all the way to issue 72. I'm pretty sure he started, if not the first issue, one of the early issues. So the first issue with Blade is by Gene Colan. One of my favorites. And Herb Trimpe, by the way, I finally got a chance to meet Herb Trimpe and have some dinner with him at a show in New Jersey. And what a sweet guy. He was there with his wife, and I asked him to sit with us. We were kind of all having dinner in the same place, and so I asked if he would be so kind as to sit with us. And so we spent the entire night talking about his career and comics in general and stuff like that. And I was like, what a sweet guy, fast friends. And I was going to give him some work because I don't think he was working. I was going to ask him to do a pinup or a cover for New Zodiacs at the time, and he passed away like the week, the very next week, and it was heartbreaking. I was very disappointed because he seemed like such a sweet guy, and his wife as well. Very nice people, and he kind of I kind of fanboyed on him a little bit. So he kind of took that very well. And I appreciate that. I was like, so, when you're drawing these, the huge humanoids, like there's a character called the Leader, is one of the best Hulk villains. He's this green guy with a giant head, right? You guys, you whatnot whippersnappers, you need an education on everything. So the Leader was this character. He was affected by gamma rays in the same way the Hulk was, but he he was a genius. So was Bruce Banner though. But his the way the gamma rays affected him is they gave him this huge um, forehead. It's like this expanded forehead like this. So that's the Leader. And the Leader used to have these kind of minions. They were I forget what they were called. Um, Not synthezoids, but they were kind of like synthetic, mindless drones, and they were kind of made out of rubber. Like they stretched and they could absorb the Hulk's punches and stuff like that and not be damaged. And so I'm talking to Herb. I'm like, so when you're drawing these kind of leaders, humanoids and stuff like that, are you thinking, oh, I'm making history here? He's like, no, I just needed a job. He was very cool about that. It just kind of took it all in stride. He worked in the bullpen in the early days when Stan was the editor in chief and stuff like that. So he had stories to tell about all that. And what a sweet guy. And like I said, one of my favorite artists growing up as a kid. I didn't read very well when I was young. I used to call him Herb Triumph. Like I saw Trimp, and for some reason I thought that spelled triumph. So, so I called him Herb Triumph. And triumphant career, in my opinion. And let's see, what else did he do? Eventually, he would kind of get the licensed books. So you GI Joe fans out there, Herb's work from the early issues of GI Joe and Godzilla, the '70s Marvel Godzilla book. Um, did he draw Transformers? I don't know. I never laid eyes on a single issue of Transformers. But definitely GI Joe. I'm gonna say he did draw Transformers. Shogun Warriors. Let's see what else. He did a run on in the 90s. He did a run on Fantastic Four Unlimited, which I actually I actually worked on an issue. He and I split an issue of Fantastic Four Unlimited. So yeah, Herb, one of my favorite artists, Silver Age Marvel. He's also the creator of a character called the Phantom Eagle, who's like this World War One superhero pilot character. Take notes, whatnot, whippersnappers. I'm talking about stuff you probably couldn't care less about. Let's see. Aints have never really got into Fantastic Four comics, but love the animated series. Which one? There's so many. The 60s Hanna-Barbera one is my favorite, and love the music for the Hanna-Barbera FF cartoon. Let's hear what Sebastian has to say.
Supernatural stuff he was doing, Tomb of Dracula.
Yes.
Yeah,
he was
that's
doing Daredevil
I'm
and
talking
Ghost
about.
Rider.
That artwork
Was
is
not doing
mind-blowing.
Ghost Rider.
Yeah, Doctor Strange.
And-
Did not
and
work
I
on
find
Ghost
it
Rider. Oh yeah,
great,
Doctor Strange.
great.
Holy shit, Gene Colan on Doctor Strange, pure gold, with Tom Palmer inking. Colan also did some Avengers stuff. Not too many issues, maybe about a dozen total. One character and Submariner. One character that Gene Colan had trouble with, in my opinion, was Spider-Man. Couldn't draw. For me, him and Kirby can't draw Spider-Man well. I have a working theory for that, which actually is not going to apply to Kirby, but Colan's work tended to be closer to photorealism than cartoonishness, meaning distorted, simplified anatomy and stuff like that. And so I always felt that Spider-Man artists were more successful if they drew in a more cartoony style, like Steve Ditko or even Romita, who was realistic, had a brief, like a simplified style that I think worked very well for Spidey. So even your boy, whatnot, Whippersnappers, VIP, Todd McFarlane, definitely works for Spidey because of his cartoony style. It's a working theory. I can be disproven. But Gene Colan fits my theory in that Colan drew more on the realistic side. And so when he's drawing Spider-Man, it doesn't look quite right. Same with Alex Ross. I mean, Alex Ross is brilliant as a brilliant illustrator and stuff. And his illustrations of Spider-Man are great, but I don't think they work as well as like a Ditko drawing of Spider-Man. Even Sal Buscema, our boy Sal, we were just talking about. I think his Spider-Man works pretty well too. Again, because Sal has more in the vein of Romita Senior, kind of like a simplified, realistic style, not a photographic.
Once at the Revolver Music Awards with Rob Zombie. Like I didn't really know Rob Zombie too good, but he sat down next to me and he knew I was a comic freak, and was talking to me like you about artists, and he's like Gene Colan, and we talked about Gene Colan for like 40 minutes and how much we appreciate his artwork. But I love like the artwork, like, okay, I was, as a kid, I couldn't afford a lot of the expensive issues, so I remember buying Marvel's Greatest Comics, which was reprints of Hulk.
Marvel's Greatest Comics were reprints of the Fantastic Four. Marvel's superheroes were reprints of the Hulk comics. I know this because I've got short boxes full of them.
Hulk's my favorite.
Yes.
By far.
What are your guys' feelings on the Hulk? I mean, just 100% rage. Ever been angry before? I think everybody can kind of relate to being in that kind of state where you just want to smash the shit out of everything. Those are the better Hulk stories, right? He's just pissed off all the time. We like that. Kids can probably relate to that. I think adults can relate to that. Thoughts on the Hulk? Is he my favorite character? No, but I certainly get it. Hulk as a member of a team doesn't seem to work for me. The misunderstood, monster those are my favorite kind of Hulk stories. The idea that the Hulk would be in the Avengers, that is not a thing. The idea that the Hulk would be in the Defenders, that's something that I didn't really get either as a kid. But the Hulk was a popular character. He had his own TV show, and so you got to put him in more than one comic book, right? And then you gotta screw with the formula too when you've got a character like the Hulk who's been around since 1962. Uh, that's another 80, 60 plus year old character. You got to put out a monthly book, at least one monthly book with the Hulk in it. It makes sense to play with the formula and make him intelligent, change his identity, change his color. Uh, what have they done with the Hulk over the years? Crazy stuff. But it makes sense as long as you come back to the original idea, which is this super strong rage machine.
He's my favorite character, and I love the whole concept of just leave me alone, don't fuck with me, man.
Love the Hulk, says Ainge. Ainge says first introduction was the TV series Lou Ferrigno. Yeah, I think I'm the only guy on the planet who did not like the Hulk TV show. Everyone I've ever spoken to loves the Hulk TV show, and all I could do was, I think, Ferrigno's toupee or whatever hairpiece that he wore made his head look too big for his body, even though Lou Ferrigno is like 6'6" and he's like 300 pounds. He's a gigantic guy. Pro- Proportionately, when they put that wig on him, for me, he looked small. And also, when you see Lou Ferrigno as the Hulk running down the street with green slippers on, I couldn't miss those. And I was like, this guy shouldn't be, he shouldn't be running down the street in slippers, but B, he shouldn't be running down the street, period. He should be jumping over buildings or smashing through buildings. And that's way too high budget, right, for television, especially in the 70s. So, did not, like I said, the things that I like about the Hulk, just smashing the shit out of stuff. He did not do enough of that on the TV show. So, hot take, controversial statement of the last 5 minutes. As a kid, I did not like the Hulk TV show. Didn't like it. And I've since heard that Lou Ferrigno at shows, he's kind of like an a-hole and he mistreats fans. And that's disappointing to hear. All right, back to our podcast. Wow, we're 10 minutes into the podcast and an hour into our cast. So, in honor of Sebastian's love for the Hulk, I put the Hulk in the background and I put Spidey and Scarlet Spider on top of him.
You don't want me to get crazy
Yeah.
To me,
that's why I love
To me,
Wolverine.
that's the coolest thing. And so, who are some of the other? I mean, I'm. It's kind of early for me. I know it's noon, but for rockers, it's like
It's early for
who
you.
were the other some of the '70s Hulk guys? Steranko.
Steranko was great.
Yes.
Right up
Okay.
here.
Okay. Completely love that. That's
Yeah.
that's what I
If
love.
you whippersnappers have never seen the cover for Hulk Annual #1, Run Don't Walk, to your nearest Google machine and do a search for Hulk Annual #1. One of my favorite covers of all time. And that was revised. His face was revised because I guess he looked too menacing, according to, I guess it was Stan, who was the editor. So his face was revised by Marie Severin, who drew the handsome Hulk. That goes back to what I was saying before. I think that was an editorial call by Stan to make the Hulk look more heroic when Marie Severin was drawing him. He was certainly a handsome dude when Marie Severin drew the Hulk.
Guy. I mean, Trippy was the guy for years.
And guess what, man? I went to the Comic-Con and I met Herb Trimpe, and I have pictures and an autograph.
Nice.
To Sebastian from Herb Trimpe on an old Hulk thing. Someday I'm going to pass away, and some collector, you're going to get the Sebastian Bach Herb Trimpe.
How could we forget Herb Trimpe, co-creator of Wolverine, right? He drew Hulk 180, Hulk 181, and Hulk 182, the first appearance of Wolverine in comics. How could we forget that, Joe? Easy, because Wolverine was no big deal when he first came out. Wolverine was just a villain of the month with cool claws, no match for the Hulk. So for me as a Hulk reader, I'm like, this guy, what is this guy going to do? He's not going to give the Hulk a run for his money. It wasn't until Claremont and Byrne got a true hold of Wolverine's character, and that didn't happen until deep into the X-Men run. I would say somewhere around one is the Savage Land storyline. What's that? 116. So the idea of the berserker / failed samurai mystery guy, none of that happened until deep into Claremont Byrne's X-Men run. And there was already a Claremont Cockrum X-Men run, right? And Wolverine was no big deal then either. And that's how I can forget Herb Trimpe was involved with the creation of Wolverine. He didn't design the costume. That was Romita Sr. That's a whole other discussion that we've had here once in a while on the stream about who created Wolverine.
Collab, which there's only one.
There's only one, right?
It's in this house somewhere. And I explained to him how much his artwork meant to me. And of course I love Jack Kirby. I'm not
sure.
But everybody always talks. Not enough people talk about Herb Trimpe.
It's true. It's true.
Point.
Yeah.
Love all the Abomination. I love I love Valkyrie.
Mm-hmm.
Those Hulk issues of By Beast.
Yeah, buddy.
Zax.
Yeah.
Love that.
By Beast is
Well, I love Doc Samson.
By Beast is Incredible Hulk 169, 170. Valkyrie is 140, I believe. Hulk 140 he's talking about. Let me look that up. No. What issue is Valkyrie? There she is. 142. I was off by 2. First Valkyrie is 142. By Beast is 169, 170. Zax is 166.
Hair killer. Who was the
First Doc Samson is 142.
chick in the red with the chains and the it started with an H.
Yeah,
Hydra maybe.
I'm not sure who he's talking
Those
about.
covers were very exciting to a young boy. Like, let me tell you, like Valkyrie, I thought was so hot. Like, man. And then Jarella,
Jarella, his love, right?
That's right.
And that always got to me.
Very good.
How much
And then She-Hulk. What about? Did you get into She-Hulk when she debuted? No.
Long after his time.
No.
That was like 80s, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't really
70, 79, maybe 79, 80. Yeah.
Kind of cheesy to me.
Well, they
It's
did it
true.
because they wanted to make sure they had the copyright so that DC couldn't. Yeah, DC. Yeah, it stems from Shazam and Captain Marvel, that whole thing. Yeah. So I did want to ask.
I love Shazam. I love and one of my favorite TV shows was that old dude in the Winnebago with the sticker on the front.
I hated that show.
But I
hated that one too.
And I used
incredibly
to watch
boring.
When I was a kid, and I have every copy you can get DVD. Like I very, very Shazam. Like it's very, very, and I loved Shazam comics. They were so wacky.
They were very wholesome and weird.
But I loved them.
Yeah.
I had trouble with Shazam as a kid.
The way he looked. I gotta also give credit to my mom and dad. When I was a little kid in Peterborough, Ontario, when I was 7 or probably 7. No, 6 or 7. I know I'm pretty 99% sure it was around 7 years old. I lived in comic books. Like there wasn't a million TV channels. We had like 3 channels, and I loved comic books. And my dad and mom got me. I subscribed to the Justice League and Brave and the Bold.
Yeah, buddy.
And I got those comics sent to my house when I was 7, and they were folded in half. The comics. Yeah. Remember that? And they came in a paper thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, they came wrapped in brown paper. I subscribed for a while as well. They came in brown paper. Mine weren't folded, but he's talking about a much earlier time than I subscribed to a few comics in the 1980s, and they came like this, wrapped in brown paper and sent like this. And so you got it, subject to the whims of the post office, whether your comic book came in near mint condition or in very minor poor condition. A lot of times I've got comics where the brown paper, where it was sealed, the glue would stick to the comic, and so we've got brown paper patches on some of my comics. And needless to say, when I saw that happening, I stopped subscribing to comics. Could not stand that.
Fold it in half, which even at the time I was like, man, you're gonna fold it, but I mean, it's coming all the way from America to Canada.
Yeah.
7 years old, and it's got my name on the front. These are some of the best memories, you know. And I remember certain covers, like the one Justice League where it's they're looking out the window and it's the team of villains, and then the Justice League on the other side, and they're like elongated man is there, and you know, I love all those. I love the Brave and the Bold with the Demon.
Yeah.
Against Batman, and Man Bat against Batman. Remember those are the issues that I love. Those the ones that I got for free that were sent to my house.
Sure, of course you have a special place in your heart for those. I wanted to ask, as you know, as you started with the band and you started to make money, was that when you started to buy some of these books that you have?
Oh my gosh. I'm gonna, man, I love. Okay, so when I was a kid, whoever owned the rarest comics was the most richest dude that I could think of, that I wanted to be. I couldn't believe, you know, somebody that would have these comics that are so rare.
Yeah.
And one of a kind and precious. To the point where when Skid Row made it big on the first album, I was, you know, 20 years old, 21, you know what I mean? I was and I was getting paid.
You were a kid.
And I would have a couple beers and go to like the you know, I would go, what's the one in Chicago? I mean, there's ones in every town, but there's a couple ones that
I don't know those. I don't know the Chicago stores as well.
I remember going in on a day off and looking at the top shelf.
Yeah.
I'll take that whole shelf.
Nice.
And the guy would be going, "Give me a break," and I go, "No, I'm not messing around here."
Nice.
I'll tell you my best. This is my best story like that. But I did that multiple times, and I got incredible.
Well, that's every collector's
I have an amazing collection, but my collection's not graded. But I have got to get into that. I got to get into doing all
that. Yeah, I mean that. You know, unfortunately, that's how it's gone. But you know, like you said, you're not going to be here forever. So the Sebastian Bach, you know, collection, the CGC label.
I have thousands. They're all from the 60s, 70s. Really. Like my collection is crazy. I have all the Hulks, by the way.
1 through 6 and
102 to 220. I might be missing 1 or 2 issues in there. I have every single one. Same with Fantastic Four. Same with Spider-Man. From like issue like 50 or something. Like I have all those. Captain America, Avengers. I have first appearance of Ghost Rider.
Sounds like a Marvel guy.
Marvel Spotlight. Multiple copies of Iron Man #1, Conan #1. I have all those. But my best comic story.
Okay, let's hear it.
Gotta tell this.
However you book your hotel, first check Kayak to see what lots of people say about where you're planning to
commercial, blah, 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 blah.
This is how I got Amazing Fantasy #15. Skid Row was on tour in '92, and I don't know if you comic book fans realize this, but we brought Pantera on their first ever USA Arena tour. And that's something that am very proud of because I love Pantera. And one day, on the day off, if you are a Pantera fan, you know who Big Val is. He's in their videos, the security guard. He was my security guard before he was Pantera's. And one day, on a day off, we were in Omaha, Nebraska. I remember this. And it was a day off, and me and Dimebag liked to drink beer. We didn't know it was bad. We thought it was great. And so me and Dimebag are walking around in Omaha, Nebraska. It was a hot day. I remember we were in shorts and t-shirt. It was hot. And me and Big Val was watching me and Dime, and it was just me and Dime drinking beer in a brown paper bag, walking around Omaha with nothing to do on a day off. It was our day off. We could drink beer, whatever. We were of age. So we see this comic store up the road, and Dimebag was into comics.
Oh, cool.
And Big Val, we were all into comics. I was the most, but we were all into it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So God, I get emotional telling this. We walk into this little comic store, kind of drunk.
Best time.
Me and Dimebag, and we walk in there. And of course, the first thing I do is I look at the top shelf behind the cash register where the best stuff is. Just you right there.
The wall books, yep.
Yeah. So I'll never forget this. This little store in Omaha. I look up right in the top middle of the top shelf is Amazing Fantasy number 15. And Big Val, who's big, I'm 6'4", but Big Val was 6'7". He goes like this. He goes, oh my God. He goes, bang. I go, what? He goes, look. I go, what? I go, oh my God. I go, there's no way. There's no way that's here in the store. And listen to this. It says on it $1,000.
Oh, no shit.
Now, listen. This is not a mint copy. It's not mint, but it's the comic. It's still got the cover stapled to it. It's got all the pages. They're very fragile. So it says $1,000. Now this is 92.
Mm-hmm.
This was when the maximum money you could take out on your ATM was $400. Okay. So that's the most. So I had 2 cards, and I go, "Oh my God!" I go, "I can't believe this." And I'll never forget. Me and Big Val, we left the store. We went to the ATM outside of the bank, and I took $400 out, the maximum on one card. I took $400 out, maximum on the other card. I had $800 cash. That's what I had. So we went back to the store, and I go to the dude. I go, okay, you're selling that for $1,000. What if I gave you 800 cash? He goes, you don't have $800 cash. He didn't know. He didn't. I just
didn't know who he was.
Like a drunk guy walking around the street in the middle of the afternoon. Because I was.
Yeah. Yeah. Long-haired kid, drunk.
Yeah, I was just like in shorts. He goes, you don't have $800 cash. This is 92. Okay.
Yeah.
That was a lot in 92. In 92, $800 was a lot. But I did have $800 cash. I go, boom. It was wow, man. That is how I got.
No shit.
Amazing Fantasy number 15 with Dimebag from Pantera by my side, drinking beer in the middle of the day. And I still have it.
Fun.
I'm very proud to say that I have it. And anybody that's into comics, and I tell them that, they look at me with reverence. They're like, this dude owns that comic? Like, wow.
And
Yes, I do.
I know Miss
And for
Mayhem is
everybody-
not a fan, but that is like a glare. That is like a grail for
And for
many
anybody
people.
listening that doesn't know the significance of that book, that is the first appearance of Spider-Man, and arguably maybe the second most iconic comic book character on the planet next to Batman.
Or Superman.
Or Superman. Yeah,
There's definitely in the top three.
It's interesting because
Like Miss Mayhem says, you
comic stores
can't
since then in
have
your whole life,
Spider-Man. You can't have Spider-Man without Superman or Batman and Robin, right? Like Spider-Man is essentially a smash up of a Superman with a Robin, because he was like a kid, in the same way that Robin was a young kid fighting crime. So he's like Superman smashed up with Robin with superpowers.
You never see that book in a store, and now in the last 15 years, whenever you see that book, it's slabbed.
It's the only time I've ever seen it, and I bought it.
Yeah, smart, very smart.
And that's before the movie, obviously, because if that was after the movie, it wouldn't be $1,000.
Mm-hmm.
Not at all.
So,
today, low grade, that's probably 30 G's, 30 to 50, right?
I think he did a couple of things, but hey, that's up to you to decide.
That's one of the highlights. If you're into comics, that's one of the highlights.
Is there any comic these days, something that you're still tracking down that you've never owned, that you've always wanted to own? Is there something that, like, your white whale?
Well, okay. I also own Hulk #3, as you said. I showed it on from the early '60s when they only made 5 or 6, I think.
6.
Mm-hmm.
6.
So I do own #3, which is pretty crazy. Any of those are insane to me.
Yeah.
Because that was before, that's when he went into Tales to Astonish. See, I know my shit.
You do. I know you know your shit.
And then he started back up with issue number 102.
That's right.
Which I do own. Mm-hmm. Which was that picture you just showed me behind you.
Yes, yeah. No, that's the giant
that's
size.
The annual.
Yeah, but isn't that a reprint of 102?
No.
I think it
is. I think it's a reprint of when he came back.
It is not.
I think.
No.
Well, it's still, and then the cover of this thing is...
It's an original story. The Inhumans. He meets the evil Inhumans.
I also love Black Bolt.
Yeah, buddy.
Love the fact that his pipes are so loud that he could destroy the planet. That's like my power.
Yeah, that is exactly the same. I mean, hopefully you don't. I still want to get a couple more years on this planet.
I don't want to destroy the planet with my powerful pipes.
But in totality, like, I know that collecting is a huge part of your life with the Kiss memorabilia and records and comics. But the thing is seeing that on TV and on MTV and watching you go through your little, the filing cabinet and be like, oh my God, the guy that I've been listening to, since I was a kid is also into the thing that I've been into as a kid.
He's a geek. He's a geek like me.
He's one of us. And that's, I think you understand as a lifelong collector, like, it's something that collecting is not just a piece of your personality, but it's a common ground between people. Whether you're, and I think that really is an important thing these days, is to share our love for the things that we love.
I bought this jacket at Old Navy about 5 years ago that was a Spider-Man. They did some sort of Marvel collab where they made all this killer Spider-Man stuff, like from the early '60s.
Uh-huh.
Like Peter Parker's jacket with the numbers on it and all this. And I got this, like, bomber jacket with half leather, half like sports, and all vintage 60s, 70s Spider-Man artwork on it. And my boy Trace, we were going Christmas shopping. He's like, don't wear your rock and roll stuff with your hair and everything, because I get like stopped everywhere I go because nobody has hair like this anymore.
Yeah.
Let's just go be. And I understand what he's saying. So I wore this Spider-Man jacket everywhere. People were like, "Where did you get this jacket? The coolest jacket I've ever seen." Like, I got noticed more for this Spider-Man. Right. It's a killer jacket. I don't know. Well,
yeah, I mean,
I can hear you.
Okay. So yeah, while Sebastian's getting his jacket, I just want to mention I will be putting any of the remaining tour dates on the year in the description below. And if you're in the Northwest, he'll be in Portland, Oregon, March 2nd, I believe, which is a great city for comic hunting. Tons of comic stores. So maybe we can arrange for Sebastian to hit some of those stores. And
dude, I don't know if you guys saw this when it came out, but
oh my god,
I got this, and this is the part I love.
That's amazing.
With great power comes great responsibility.
Great.
Then on the back, look at this.
Oh shit!
How killer is this jacket? Look at this artwork.
That's actually fantastic. I've never seen
this kind of cool
before.
It's insane. And I wore this Christmas shopping, and I couldn't even walk around. People were like,
nope.
Where did you get that Spider-Man jacket? Well, that's the coolest jacket I've ever seen. And my boys are, oh, great.
Yeah, nobody noticed you for who you are. They noticed you for what you were wearing.
This jacket is insane, though, man. Like,
that's amazing.
I got this. I got that like an old Navy or something like that.
Right. Your general.
5 years ago, it was like Spider-Man collaboration, and that jacket is a killer jacket.
It is. So I know we have to get going, but I do just want to share one.
Dude, when we're talking about comics, I don't even feel like we've started.
I know.
You and me could hang out all day, no problem.
This guy's got the bug.
My collection,
I'd love to see it. I'd love to see. I'd love to show you some of. I have a big original art collection that I'm sure you would appreciate. So
70s, any 70s artwork?
Closest thing is I have a Bernie Wrightson page from Spider-Man Hooky, which was a graphic novel he did in I want to say the mid 80s, but it's beautiful. It's huge and it's painted artboard. By Bernie's one of my favorite illustrators of all time. I mean, Swamp Thing.
Swamp Thing, I love Swamp Thing.
Yeah.
I also love Man Thing. Totally different.
Totally different.
Same guy.
I know we have to get going, but I do want to just share something about collecting. My first CD I ever bought when I got my first compact disc player is Slave to the Grind. And this is the actual first CD from 1991. My name is on it. You can't see it. But
that's incredible.
And you probably don't remember, but you went to go see WCW at Nassau Coliseum in 1999. Your friend who drove you, his car broke down in the parking lot. And you were nice enough to hang out with everybody there. And that's when you signed this index card. And we sang Get the Fuck Out in the Nassau Coliseum parking lot together.
Well, that's really weird because we recently put that back in the set. Because we played in Australia and we did the Slave to the Grind album in its entirety in Australia, and people went mental.
It's a great song.
And we ended the show with Get the Fuck Out. And the place went crazy. And I was like, people still remember this stuff? Like, it's not I remember you. It's like the deep cuts. Oh yeah, they do remember it. Yeah.
Oh yeah. What? So 10 out of 10.
We put it back in the set for you, dude.
Is that
Well, I appreciate that. Well,
Devenger? What's a
maybe I'll
Devenger?
come down to the Portland show in March 2nd. There's a whole bunch of comic stores there. Maybe we could dig around.
If there's a day off, maybe we'll have some beers and go find Amazing Fantasy number 60.
Sebastian, thank you.
There is
so
no
much for your
16, but
time
that's
and
funny.
for sharing your passion of collecting comics with me. And if you want to do it again, you're always welcome back.
We haven't even started. I can talk all day about comics. I love comics. It's so relaxing to me to go in a comic store when it's quiet and I make a lot of noise for a living, so
Yes,
the quiet is very valuable to me. I need both, to appreciate both. Yeah,
I totally get that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Take care of yourself.
Thanks, Dave. Nice meeting you.
All right, Sebastian. Thank you so much for watching, and thank you to Sebastian for your time and also to his team for putting this together. This is something that I want to continue to do, is not just talk to comic creators, but talk to other people about the things that they are passionate about, like a filmmaker that's into music or a musician that's into comics. I think bringing these kind of conversations to the world, to my community and the new audience, is just a great way to feel a little bit better right now. And I think we could use a little bit of that on our day-to-day. So it's not lost on me how fortunate I am to have these opportunities, but also it's not lost on me how fortunate I am to have an audience to listen to this. I mean, granted, yeah, I could have these conversations here in the privacy of my own home and nobody else could listen to them, but that would be selfish. It was just such a delight to speak to him and hear about that story about when he got his Amazing Fantasy 15. That MTV Cribs is, you can still watch it on YouTube. We're gonna put a clip in right now, but I don't want to get tagged with any type of copyright infringement, so you can seek that out on your own. He shows off his Kiss memorabilia. He shows off some great stuff. He is a huge kid at heart and a nerd at heart, and he just happens to have this amazing talent that he's shared with the rest of us over these 4 or 5 decades. I remember
Dave the Devenger on what you are listening to. His name is Dave.
Walkman in 89.
But I don't know if he's called the Devenger.
But then when, like I showed off on the interview, when CDs came out and
the show that I'm watching is called Direct.
Gave me a boombox
Direct Edition,
something like that. Maybe it was
I just discovered it today,
and
literally.
I had a CD player, and I went with my grandma and my
Devengers, my website, West Coast Event Devengers.com, Patreon Devengers, Instagram Direction Podcast. Yes, it is.
The Wall or Sam Goody, which was like $18.
Fun.
And I got the
fun show
soundtrack and Skid Row Slave to the Grind. And I think that summer I went to sleepaway camp, and I had showed a bunch of my bunkmates, the album, but specifically the song Get the Fuck Out. And that became like our anthem. I mean, of course, a bunch of 13 or 12-year-old teenage kids hearing a song called Get the Fuck Out. Like, what better what better way to express yourself than to your to the authority, to your parents, to whoever, than blasting that song in your room. But I love their self-titled album is such a great album, and it has 3 of their biggest songs, if not their 3 biggest songs, with 18 in Life, Remember You, and Youth Gone Wild. And Youth Gone Wild's another great anthem to listen to as a kid. But Slave to the Grind really holds a special place to me because it's like Place and Time and that first CD, which I still have. And it's a great album. That album definitely has more of if their self-titled is more in the hard rock, hair metal genre, for lack of a better term, then Slave to the Grind is like them going in a way that maybe Alice in Chains kind of came from, like Slave to the Grind. If you listen to that and then you listen to Dirt, it's got a little bit of that grunginess. I don't know. But getting to talk to him about comics really is such a cool thing. And if anybody out there that's listening to this, that's in, like a musician, somebody that wants to come on and talk about that, you can always reach out to me, directeditionpodcast.com. This is hopefully one of many. I mean, I can think of some big names in music that are very loud about their comic love and comic collecting.
It's funny that Sebastian would be on this guy's show. He's got less than 2,000 subscribers.
People I'm not thinking of, but it'd be great to have these conversations, to give a space for people that are normally interviewed about what they are known for, to talk about something that they're.
It's very cool of him to do that.
Comic collecting or record collecting, just something like that. These ideas, these conversations are interesting to me. I hope they are interesting to you as well. So I really appreciate everybody that was that took part in listening to this, and everybody that was a part of putting this together, and to the future subscribers, thank you for being here. You can subscribe to me on YouTube, Apple, Spotify, Amazon, any of those bigger.
Oh, he's interviewed quite a few creators.
You can also rate and review the podcast on certain platforms. You can hit the like button, drop a comment, anything you can do to engage with this. That'd be great. And anything, if you want to drop some comments down below, if you're a Skid Row fan, like how their music spoke to you or still speaks to you. Sebastian's going to be out on tour. You can find all the links for him in the description below, and I'll throw.
I've never heard of this guy, but he's interviewed a lot of creators.
And I'll see you next week on Direct Edition.
Very cool. He runs claim sales on YouTube. Oh, yeah? I think I should do claim sales on YouTube as well. Did you ever buy anything from him, Daytona? No. Oh, commercials. You suck. Eric Canetti reveals his absolute Batman.
Edition. My name is Eric Canetti.
You finally met your match, Eric.
I think so.
Eric Canetti, his guy's stuff is crazy good. You whatnot whippersnappers, do you know who Eric Canetti is?
And everything. I am your host, Dave. Today, I am bringing you an interview with Eric Canetti. Eric Canetti is not just a great comic artist and comic creator, but he's worked in the video game industry, the animation industry, tons of incredible things under his belt, starting out in comics with Glenn Danzig's Verotic. And he is also the co-host of the Ink Pulp podcast.
Boy, that stuff was bad.
Ink Pulp, Sean Crystal, Eric Canetti, Mateo Scalera, Jim Mafood, and Jazzy Jamie Wood. And I wanted to get Eric on before his 2-issue arc of Absolute Batman comes out, where he's going to be doing Absolute Poison Ivy, and also before OAX in February. So we have a great conversation that ranges a lot of Batman talk and a lot of talk about the podcast. Me and Eric both kind of knew that we were going to have a good conversation to start off. And so I am really thankful for his time. And I'm really thankful for you. Before we get started, do the thing where you subscribe or you like it, or you drop a comment after you're done watching, anything to help this podcast get out to more people. Thank you to Sean Crystal for connecting us. This completes the interviews with everybody on Ink Pulp on this podcast. And without any further ado, here is my interview with Eric Canetti.
What's this slow jam music? That's so weird. That was weird.
I finally completed a collection, and that is the
I
Ink
said,
Pulp
we're gonna
collection.
love some
Today, I'm
comics
talking to a
tonight.
man who is responsible for a lot of things in the animated world and the comics world, starting with Aeon Flux, Ben 10, Justice League Unlimited, The Batman, Teen Titans, comics such as Iron Man, Run, Love, Kill, and his creator-owned Arc Athena. He is one of the co-hosts and the antagonist of Ink Pulp Podcast. I'm talking to Eric Canetti.
Yeah, thank you so much, man. That's a big buildup. I don't know if I can live up to. I want to correct you. I don't know if I'm the antagonist of that crew. I think I'm like the protagonist, and those two are consistently trying to pull the train off the tracks. I'm just trying to keep it going for an hour, especially when we have guests. Anyway, thank you for having me.
Sure.
Congratulations
Yeah,
on fulfilling the collection. I'm glad to be here. It's my honor to be here.
And I'm glad to have you here. And honestly, I technically, if I really wanted to fill out the collection, I have to have our Scottish hero, our idol,
of course,
Jazzy Jamie Wood. But told
he
Jamie,
likes
I
staying
said,
behind the scenes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Jamie just loves operating. I mean, it takes a little bit of work to drag him on the show, right? Because he likes the NASA control center component of it all, but he doesn't particularly care to be on it. Because here's the thing: I think under the antagonist role, every time Jamie is on, I like to poke at him.
Yeah.
And
I
so
don't know what they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
He times it perfectly well that I'm not on at the same time that he's not on. So
It's a
I
podcast.
think that's consistent. There may be one or two things. This one time I brought him on to get his insight on something. I didn't talk about it at all, so I completely wasted his afternoon. And he's got multiple plates spinning at any given time, so I don't think he appreciated that very much. So I think it's by design more than anything.
Well, I told him I kind of wanted to have him on a soundbite saying your name, because I love the way he says your name in a Scottish accent. He says, Eric Canetti,
Which I don't know. I'm either charmed by it or incredibly angered by it. Like, you can't say a couple of letters for me, like enunciate the way you're supposed to. Now, jokes aside, James, there's a reason why the show has gone so swimmingly since we brought him on, and it's because Jamie does so much heavy lifting, just invisible stuff that you would never see. Anytime that we say something stupid in the episode, like, "Hey, Jamie, can you make like the Titanic come out of the water while we're saying or this something," like, Jamie is like, "Oh my God," but he never fails to deliver, because in my offline conversations with him, he loves his job. And there's very few people in the industry who's doing this stuff behind the scenes who are not looking at it as a job. And Jamie is one of those guys who genuinely loves comics, loves editing videos together, and just love the camaraderie of like the behind the scenes jokes that we put together. But also, he's just a fan, and having and not just a fan, but a professional fan of like, how do I make these guys look good when he is like locked in. We get so many messages from him, "Hey, can I get this clip? Can I get this bit of artwork? Because I really want to help highlight and make bold the stuff that you were looking at." You run into very few people who take their job that seriously. And I say jobs plural because Jamie is pulling multiple jobs at any given time.
He's holding the connective tissue of the comics podcast industry together.
Oh, for sure. He's got a couple of things. I'm going to leave it to Jamie to talk about the different plates that he's got spinning as far as like other podcasts are concerned. But he's got a bunch of things that he's working on all at the same time. And again, that enthusiasm, he's a young kid too. I think I look at him and I'm like, I think he's 12, 13, maybe 15 oldest, And I'm like, wait until the cynicism kicks in which like he's no longer a fan, because he knows how the sausages are made now,
Yeah.
So maybe.
I mean, his enthusiasm, but also we got to remember he comes from a country of people with integrity, as opposed to where we are.
Yeah, no, but as opposed to me, I will just leave the podcast at a drop of a hat. You give me $15, I won't show up for 3 weeks.
You did do that, didn't you? You were away for like a year and change.
I had to. Yeah, I think, and I don't know if we've spoken about this on the podcast, but at one point I did confess to the guys that it was become laborious for me. It was coming. I was using it, strictly speaking, selfishly speaking, I was using it to catch up with Sean and Mateo, because at one point, the pandemic being what it was, we didn't do as many shows with each other, and it was a great way to catch up each and every week. And back before we were doing the guests, it was a great way to just, shoot the shit. Are you allowed to curse on your podcast?
Oh, you can say whatever you want.
I'll keep it to a minimum. I'm a father. So anyway, it was just an opportunity for us to catch up, right? Again, speaking selfishly. And when it started picking up steam, and there were a bunch of people who were like, "Hey, we would love to be able to come on
Let's
and
try a different one.
talk about that subject matter, which is making comic books."
Turn great savings into great nights. The President's Day mattress sale is on now at Raymore.
Could you ever lick a 9-volt battery?
Yes, once.
Sure.
That's how social media makes me feel.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what it is. It makes me feel like I'm licking a 9-volt battery. It's not healthy. I was like, oh, this is not good for me.
No. Welcome back to Direct Edition, a podcast about nothing and everything. I'm your host, Dave, and this is my podcast. I have a great guest today. That is the ultra-talented Matt Fraction. Matt Fraction has left his mark on books and characters such as Hawkeye, Iron Fist, Fantastic Four, X-Men, Iron Man. He's created or co-created some great independent books, including one of my favorite books of all time, Sex Criminals with Chip Zdarsky. Shout out to Chip for setting this up.
Jimmy, he did Jimmy Olsen too. That came out
I
really
wanted
good.
to talk to him about two specific things. His Batman #1,
A lot of
Jorge
fun to
Jimenez,
read
is
that.
out in stores now. September 4th was the release date, and we recorded just before it, but you're seeing it after the fact. You cannot miss this book. It's going to be everywhere. Every comic store is going to have plenty of copies, and if not, they'll do a second printing just for you. He is also the co-creator and the co-showrunner of the Godzilla and Kong Universe show.
There's the Jim Lee Batman comic coming out, right? There's the Matt Fraction, Jorge Jimenez, I think his name is, Batman. Why don't I hear about those? All I hear about is Absolute Batman. Anybody want to chime in? Absolute Batman is dominant, especially here on Whatnot. Holy shit. People have Absolute Batman as their theme. I might do an Absolute Batman sketch just to try to bust that and get some of that attention. But you get Jim Lee, Scott Williams, and Jeff Loeb on Spider-Man or Batman Hush. You got Matt Fraction and Jorge Jimenez, who's probably the biggest artist at DC on the brand new Batman #1. But people are going bananas over Absolute Batman. Anybody want to chime in on that? Why is that so? Just curious. Not judging, just curious. Not saying one is better than the other. Just curious. Okay, back to the commentary.
Monarch, A Legacy of Monsters. So I wanted to talk to him about just all of the things that entail those two universes, Batman and Monarch. But honestly, we had a great discussion about comics and comic stores and self-printing and publishing and zines and all that stuff. And we talked at length about that as well. This was a very fun conversation. We even dip into talking about anxiety and ADHD. And for those of you that are Patreon subscribers, there is a bonus portion of this interview that will be on Patreon this week as well. So look forward to that. I asked Matt some kind of questions tailored to him. And if you're not part of the Patreon, click the link below. $5 a month will get you at least one episode of Direct Edition every month that's exclusive, one episode of West Coast Avengers that's exclusive, private sale every 2 months, and voting on a third video, which will be a flip through of a comic or rare magazine or book. So without further
Hey,
ado,
I
we'll
want to
get
do
my
the flip
interview with
throughs.
Matt Fraction.
I'll do my own
Good morning,
damn
good
flip
afternoon.
throughs.
Hello,
Thank you very
friends.
much.
Today's guest has nothing short of a bibliography that would take me a half hour to go through. But I do want to run through some of the books that he's worked on and some of the other things. Iron Man, Jimmy Olsen, Superman's pal Jimmy Olsen, Adventure Man, Hawkeye, Sex Criminals co-creator, Casanova, November, X-Men, Fantastic Four, working with two of the biggest characters right now in the world, and I'm talking size with Godzilla and also Batman. So
Daytona chimes in. Let's read for the class. I'm only reading Absolute Batman. I tried reading Hush too, but the delays ruined it for me. Oh, were there delays? Are you telling me that they can't get the the mainstay DC comic out on time? Is that what I'm hearing? Holy shit. And look, I'm not the fastest artist. I'm actually incredibly slow, but I would never release such a major book. Oh my God, without having 6 issues in the can. Oh my God, I can't believe that it's being delayed. That's crazy. That's some crazy shit right there. It is months between issues. Horrible, horrible to hear. But it also has the same title, right? It's called Batman. How do they reconcile that? Oh, is it only by number? Like we've got Batman #1 coming out, and then we've got Batman like 138 or whatever number it is. Is that how they separate the two? Oof, that's some painful shit right there. Talk to Jim Lee. Yeah, well, Jim Lee is the freaking editor in chief. He should know. Hey, I'm busy. I have 6 jobs. I'm juggling a whole line of comics. Plus, I have 9 kids. I know that I'm not going to get this shit done on time. Wow. Fabulous. That's just incredible. He is drawing Hush too. Yeah, for sure. And I have one issue. I haven't read it yet. But the issue I saw was fantastic. What can you say? Still got it. Not many artists still got it. Almost 40, yeah, 40 years into their game. So he still got it. I guess except for his timing, his schedule. That's too bad. And funny that so has Eric. I just bounced from an Eric Canetti episode of D'Avengers. Is his Poison Ivy story arc, is that out yet? I added the Hulk to the background because I'm pretty sure Venom has fought the Hulk in at least one comic, but also B, because I heard Sebastian Bach is a huge Hulk fan, so I love the Hulk as well. So I thought, hey, cool, let's put the Hulk in here. And we started this sketch with some reference, just as an exercise for me to get my anatomy down. But conceptually, it looked like I was copying a photo. So I'm like, okay, we got to make this high concept piece. So we're putting some beaten ass beaten comic characters in the background. Oh, I'm not sure if you know Daytona, but Eric Canetti is the artist on Absolute Batman. I think it's issue 16, and it introduces Poison Ivy. So I was just curious if you had seen that, if it's out yet. I think that's what you're questioning about. I haven't read it. Okay, good to know. It's probably not out yet. It's probably 1 or 2 months away. And is there an issue where he's met Absolute Wonder Woman? Have you read that one yet? I saw a cover. I saw a cover on Heritage Comics on this website right here. The upcoming auction has a cover, original art cover, painted by Dan Quintana with Batman and Absolute Wonder Woman, Batman and Absolute Wonder Woman, and it's quite great. Gorgeous painting, gorgeous painted cover, and I wonder if that one came out yet. Also, yes, issue 16. Issue 16 is the Wonder Woman. I kind of dig Absolute Wonder Woman. I read the first trade. I'm not sure if I like Absolute. I'm not sure if I like any Absolute characters better than the originals. I suppose that's a silly thing to say, but I do like her character. I like the magic, the heavy magic vibe of Absolute. And I like the Pegasus, like she resurrected the Pegasus, but it's a skeleton. It's like, that's pretty badass. And because Zeus is a prick, right? Zeus has always been a prick. Just read the mythology. I guess I didn't read the myth or the story where Zeus destroyed Pegasus. I don't remember that. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm just saying I haven't read the story, the mythological story where Zeus destroyed the Pegasus, nor did I really know that there was only one Pegasus. I thought they might have been a species. I'm willing to entertain that idea that Pegasus is a species, but I haven't read a lot of mythology involving the Pegasus. So anyway, I like that idea. I also like the idea that her arm is magical. It's not her actual arm. She sacrificed it to deliver Steve Trevor out of hell. I thought that was great. Very cool how selfless she is to sacrifice her own arm to help out some dude. I can't see her in the same space as Absolute Batman. So I'm interested in how that's going to play out. It's got a little bit of the same vibe as me with my new Zodiac's characters. How does a woman who communicates with the dead trapped on Earth, how does she work in a story with a teenage hacker thief who steals from the info rich and gives to the info poor? I have the story, but it's a challenge. Just the subject matter, the themes all feel very different from each other. You read any of DCKO? I do not. To be honest, I thought that was a game. I didn't know it was a comic. So I'm going to say no. Is that good? Is it worth reading? It's fun to talk about comics. Everybody who talks about comics is actually talking about, ooh, what's in the background of the latest trailer? I'm like, who gives a fuck, frankly? I like to read comic books. Oh, the Punisher is going to be in the next Spider-Man movie and Daredevil Born Again. I'm like, who gives a fuck? Hey, I don't even like the Punisher as a character. That's another thing altogether. But it's the point. The point is like I'd rather read Punisher comics than see Punisher in a TV show or a movie or whatever. But whatever. I'm not saying I wouldn't like to see it. I'm just saying I would rather. Did we see something comics related recently? We saw Falcon and Winter Soldier, the TV show. I think it was one season. That was disappointing. That was rough. It's been what, I don't know, 4 or 5 years since it came out on live streaming on Disney Plus, but happy to report I don't subscribe to Disney Plus. So there. So I waited for it to come out on DVD, and glad I did. That was rough. That should have been a lot better, in my opinion. Love those characters. That's why I say it should have been better. I love the Falcon, Sam Wilson. I love the Winter Soldier. Who would have thought, after all these decades, that you could actually revamp Bucky Barnes for a modern era? That's really a feat, and make him likable and not just a cheesy. It's like a cheesy story point, like a, what do you call it? Like a cheesy story cash in, that kind of thing. Like just cashing in on Bucky, actually kind of retooling him a little bit without retooling Bucky, without disputing or going against what had already been established. Enhancing rather than going against. Let's see. Daytona seems like an effort to combine Earth Zero with Absolute Universe. Oh, really? Daytona says, I love Punisher. He always had awesome guns and a Bishop minivan. Oh, come on. Talk about boring. You think Batman's boring, but Punisher isn't? Please explain. Punisher has one answer for every problem. Daytona says the Bucky actor is moving to DC movies now. Oh, no shit. Sebastian Stan. I wonder who could he play over at DC. He'd make a good Batman. Who else? I can't think of another DC Flash. I don't know. He seems a little old to be a Flash, but not impossible. A Green Lantern, maybe a Hal Jordan, but they have a Hal Jordan, I think. Who else could he play? Um, Hawkman. Ooh, Hawkman. The Atom. New Aquaman. He could be a good Aquaman. if Jason Momoa is out as Aquaman and he's playing Lobo, I could totally see Sebastian Stan as Aquaman. That wouldn't be a bad thing. Arthur Curry, Aquaman. The Flash actor ruined his career. He sure did. I forgot he ruined it so bad I forgot what he did. But he ruined his career by being in that Flash movie. It was so bad. God damn. When you're promoting your movie by putting Michael Keaton in it, you know your movie's gonna suck. When your selling point for a movie is bringing back, if your selling point for a Flash movie is bringing back a previous Batman, you're in trouble. Um, my solution to that is save some money and don't put that movie out. The idea of a Flash ongoing series is also kind of a minor miracle that he's been around so long, in that, much like the Punisher, he's only got one solution to his problems, which is just to run fast. So, I think that Jeff Johns, when he first came on The Flash with Scott Collins, I think they did a really good job. I think they did a really good job, telling stories where running fast could be a cool solution. And then they established his identity within the community. I think it's a Keystone City. I forget where he hangs out. Central City. So I think they really did a good job. Jeff Johns' first run with the Flash, I read a bunch of those issues. I thought they came out really good. Because, like I said, Flash's MO, what makes a good story is when he solves his problem with his skills, which is running fast. Probably a forensic background even would be a good way to solve problems, like some kind of forensic detective type work, because those are his skills. And then you go from there. Okay, he can run and change time, or he can run through the time stream by being with the cosmic treadmill. Okay, those would be what I would call spice stories. That's where you get the what's the name of that storyline? Is it Cross Time? I forget what it's called. But that's where you get those time travel stories with the Flash. Okay, but that shouldn't be your first Flash movie. What's it called? Flashback? I forget what it's called. That shouldn't be your first Flash movie. Your first Flash movie should establish, what he does and how he solves conflict with these skills. So when you're going straight to the time travel stuff, I think that's a problem. Who else could Sebastian Stan be? Maybe there's a character like Man Bat that you could kind of enhance, you know, enhance beyond the comics. That might be fun. There's a Deathstroke. He could be Deathstroke, of course, the Terminator. Because when I think of Winter Soldier, I think of that kind of, you know, paramilitary type hero. You could do that. Flash actor got himself in trouble with the law. I remember that, but I don't remember a specific offense. All I remember is that the Flash movie was not good. So Daytona says Stan will be in Batman 2. Okay, so is he Harvey Dent? Is he Two-Face then? That could work. Hush, he could be Hush. I don't know too much about Hush. Hush is Jason Todd brought back to life, right? I forget. Deathstroke is Will Smith. Yeah, but is he still? Is he in the new in this new universe? Is he still Deathstroke? No, that Deathstroke is Will Smith is Deadshot, isn't he? And is Will Smith still Deadshot in the new James Gunn universe? Jason Todd, I think, is Red Hood. Yeah, I keep. So Hush is Batman's childhood friend whose name I forget. But why is he wrapped up like a mummy? I could see why Jason Todd would be wrapped up like a mummy. But why is Hush wrapped up like a mummy? Too many questions. Don't know which universe Suicide Squad is. Yeah, same with me. I don't know either. So Deathstroke, the Terminator, that's Slade Wilson, the Deadpool prototype, the guy with half his face is black. Right? I've actually done commissions with this guy for my friend Matt. He's a huge Deathstroke fan. Never read a Deathstroke solo story that was any good. I like him as a villain for the Teen Titans. That's Deathstroke, right? Oh, I gotta plug in my phone. Hold on. If I do giveaways, do I generate followers, or is it just a? Are people attracted to like if they're scrolling and do they see that someone is giving away something, or do they just have to flip through to see there's a giveaway? I've been playing with the idea of doing a giveaway lately because I need more people in my room. But I don't want, at the same time, I don't want the same 4 people winning giveaways. That's not cool. I mean, it's cool for you guys, you 4. Daytona, did you get your prizes yet? Daytona won last week's Mental Metal. Successfully identified the Violator. Classic Spawn villain. So Sebastian Stan's going to be in Batman 2. Does that mean he's Mr. Freeze? Could be Mr. Freeze. I heard Mr. Freeze is going to be the villain in Batman 2 with Pattinson. Venom took on the Hulk. I forget what issue. I think was it one of the miniseries, right? You'll get the form fillers building in, LOL. Congrats, says Miss Mayhem. Daytona says, I didn't know what a form filler was. The first time I was a form filler, I won 3 slabs. No shit. Damn autocorrect. Flooding. You'll get form fillers flooding in. Is a form filler, is that a person that just kind of follows and then joins the giveaway? I'm a form filler sometimes. When you run a buyer's giveaway. Oh, a buyer's giveaway. Most of the time when I see buyer's giveaways, I don't see anything I want to buy. So I usually can never participate in a buyer's giveaway. Whatnot has a form for you to fill out, so it isn't considered gambling. Oh yeah, I remember that. Oh, that's what no shit. It is gambling. You go on a buyer's giveaway. That's why mental metal is superior, right? Because it's not gambling. It's using your skills to solve a puzzle and to win, and to possibly win. That's why mental metal is superior, right? Technically, it is gambling if you do like a raffle kind of style contest. I looked into that because I wanted to do like a prize wheel, one of those spinning wheel things where if you say buy a ticket, you get a chance to spin the wheel. And then you can win a prize. And that's how I discovered that that's considered gambling and you need a license for that. So I can see a similar thing happening here with the giveaways. Mental metal superior. Rest inferior. Yes. And that comes from the mental metal champion. So he knows. Also, what is your, this should be a poll. What is your, the best giveaway? I probably won about a dozen giveaways in the last 3 years. And usually they're just beat up comics, right? They have no value. They're not, I think the most valuable giveaway I got was a 70s issue of Brave and the Bold, Batman and the Metal Men, which I had never read before, but it was beat to shit. The back cover was torn. Half of the back cover was torn away. It was a worthless comic except to read. So I read it and then I gave it away. I guess winning 3 slabbed giveies, that's a pretty good giveaway. I did win a slabbed Daredevil, speaking of the Punisher, a slabbed Daredevil 184 Frank Miller issue with the Punisher. It was except it was graded, but it was a 5.5. So, again, been sitting on my it's been sitting on my eBay for about 3 or 4 months now. I forget if Scarlet Spider has a spider on his back. I don't think so. There's a 3 slab bundle. Oh, let's back this up a little bit. Miss Mayhem says this piece is turning out great. Thank you very much, Miss Mayhem. We'll do a Batman piece coming up soon. I'm going to do an absolute Batman at some point. It was a 3 slab bundle giveaway that Daytona won. The value of those slabs was around $50. Yeah, that's not bad for a givey. Miss Mayhem says I won an old Swamp Thing slab on a YouTube channel auction. That's cool. Crack that sucker open and read it. Old Swamp Things are great. Daytona says I only form fill on streams I already follow because I usually buy from them. Daytona says Hulk smashed. Yeah, Hulk got smashed. Abe says Miss Mayhem awesome. Why do you only form fill on streams that you bought from? I thought the idea was you would fill out a form if you couldn't find anything to buy from the retailer. I'm not sure what a form fill does. Does it give you information? Are you giving information to the retailer so they can send you emails, or it's like a mailing list thing? Starting to get the picture here. Okay, I gotta start. I'm filling in way too much black. I gotta start to erase the pencil line here. Miss Mayhem's least favorite characters: Spider-Man, Scarlet Spider. So I'm planning on an absolute Batman, but I don't have any absolute Batman blanks. They're so expensive. I'm gonna have to do a Hush blank. I'll have absolute Batman scolding Jim Lee Batman, like, say, what's up with your schedule there, buddy? I should talk. My book is a year behind schedule. But if my book was making boku bucks and was a #1 bestseller, I think I'd have more incentive to draw my book. New Zodiacs does not pay my bills. Okay, you know what happens to this single figure drawing when you start adding figures to it. Miss Mayhem says it's worth over $200. Your Swamp Thing is worth over $200. Good for you. That's awesome. Yeah, Swamp Things are especially the early issues. If you're talking about like the Bernie Wrightson issues, the first 10 are Bernie Wrightson. Those are very valuable. I don't chase those buyer giveaways. Daytona says if you look under the giveaway section of a seller's stream. Daytona says you see a buyer's giveaway. There is a link to fill out the form with 2 codes to enter. Oh, that's cool. Miss Mayhem said yes. She got a pricey, spicy Swamp Thing in her collection. All right. Let's see. The rest of this piece is going to be, I'm going to follow this idea. I like the black background. I like how the shadows are moving into the black background. So it kind of looks dramatic. And in Venom's case, he would look more menacing. So I'm going to just fill in all this black in the background and see what happens. We'll put some web patterns in Spidey's costume. Oh, jeez. All right, we were watching the Devenger. Let's see what he's got to say while I'm filling in black.
Mr. Matt Fraction here today, and I'm going to find out why he stole Jorge Jimenez and Batman from Chip Zdarsky.
It's not the case. Absolutely not the case.
I was going to say the love of Chip Zdarsky's lives, the loves of his life.
Yeah. Well, hi, how's it going?
Good. How are you doing today?
Good. You know, it's a crazy. I've had a crazy summer and a crazy day, and today is hectic. The weekend is hectic. Everything is hectic all the time. And like, Batman comes out on Wednesdays, so like we're in the shoot, you know.
Yes. Next Wednesday, Batman comes out. Kids are back in school next week. It's we're getting
all happening. It's all happening.
So this podcast took place 5 months ago, which is
there's the two
October-ish.
options, right? We either keep moving or we stop. And
yes. Champagne problems and caviar nightmares.
I wanted to jump into, it's well documented. You've talked about your first comic being Batman 316, which is, you know, very big inspiration in your life. But I wanted to ask
Batman
you, growing up in
316.
Chicago,
Let's have a look at that.
what was your first comic store experience?
It was a place. It was after I had left Chicago for Bloomington. It was a store called Dreamth. That's Dream with a TH at the end.
Like a list.
Dreamth. The Dreamth. Which I found out the last time I did Word Balloon that John Suntress shopped there while he was a student.
Wow.
I think Tim Bradstreet as well.
Never read
and
Batman 316.
It takes a lot to genuinely shock me. That genuinely shocked me because I've spent the last 30 years half convinced that I hallucinated Dreamth. But like I was always, you know, it was always at Osco, right? It was 7-Eleven and Osco kind of pickups, and then a friend of mine found this store. He called me. He was like, I went to a store. It's a comic book store. It's like, oh, what? That's it. That's all they sell. And that was it. That was it for me.
Did you? I grew up on Long Island, so I had a comic store literally in every town, and Stone's Throw too in my town. Did you become like for better lack of a term, a comic store rat?
Oh, 1,000%. Yeah, every week. That was like whenever that was, 1984. Like that was every week since. Yeah, and we moved around a lot, and a lot of times I was in places that didn't have direct market shops, so I always have to find like there's a place in Burlington, Iowa called the Book Trader, and they weren't direct market, but they got stuff. You know, oh yeah, absolutely, yeah, no, it's the first thing I would do when I would get to a new town was go to the
Yeah, and
we're literally every week since 1984. You know,
it's amazing. Well, you know,
Wait, I don't like this ink at all. It's so gray.
Being able to do that and do it on a weekly basis.
What are you doing to me, man? It's having such trouble finding good ink.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
What the hell, man?
Because I was.
This ink is gray. It's not black.
Grocery stores.
What the shit?
I wasn't a.
What the shit? With the gray ink.
I was.
God damn.
Really artistic and drew all the time, and I was just attracted to art. So my first experience at Dreamth was just picking up books I thought looked cool without any kind of awareness of what the culture attached to it was. To the derision, as I recall, of one of the clerks. You know,
I get that, and it's my experience too. I grew up. I'm 4 years younger than you, so you know I'm in the late '80s, early '90s. I'm seeing the Image guys, and they were art forward, and that's what gave me my appreciation of art. Like they weren't, you know, a lot of those books weren't the best stories or the best character.
Let's be candid. None of them.
No, I was just gonna say none of the Image comics were good.
Exactly. Todd's art is why I have an appreciation for art all around, is because that's the first artist I was into, and then you know it's beauty.
I did a day at San Diego, and part of it was being on a panel with Jim, and they move.
That's definitely gray. Yes, look at this shit.
Underneath.
Eternal ink. Documental ink.
There's a reason why you don't see
eternally gray. Doesn't say black. I gotta admit.
Access quarters, and we
but
get into
what
this,
the shit?
Elevator.
Frustrating.
Todd McFarlane had drawn with Sharpie like the Spawn drawing on the wall, and I could tell it bugged Jim. Right? We do the panel. We go back to the elevator, and someone has, in the time we were on the panel, put a plexiglass frame over it, and that, like, Jim, like, snapped and took out a Sharpie, and on the opposite wall did a drawing of Joker and signed it. And I was just like, well, first off, this is now the most expensive elevator
in the history of elevators
ever. But it was just like, it was a out of body experience. Like, if I could go back and tell day was happening, and like having just done a panel with Jim, and like it's just mind melting.
And that was your first convention in a long time, right? Like pre-COVID.
Yeah, and it was. I mean, I was there a day, so it was barely. I was strategic. I did a day I did a panel at New York when Monarch came out.
Mm-hmm.
And that was. But even that was secret entrance up through into a room, out the secret door into what There's you have to take golf carts, the whole thing. But yeah, so I've this coming a week from now.
Yes.
Rose City Comic-Con here in beautiful Portland, Oregon happens, and that will be my first actual proper I'm here all day, every day for a convention since like 2019.
Right. And I think I should have this out before then, but if not, I apologize to anybody that was wondering where Matt was this past weekend. And you're also doing an event at Hollywood Theater, right?
Yeah. So it's a 99-year-old movie palace. It's on the historical places registry. It's gorgeous. It's the biggest 70 millimeter screen on the West Coast.
Mm-hmm.
It is a place by people who love movies for people who love movies. I just bought tickets to showing The Insider and Social Network on 35 and stuff, 2 weeks from now. So I just got tickets for those. And I love it. It's a nonprofit.
The Insider is a great movie. One of my favorite movies of all time.
It's Batman #1. There will be some craziness. I could probably get away with something. Came up with an idea to raise some money for the joint. So we made, I paid for it out of my own pocket. Steve Lieber and Nate Fairman donated their time. And it's got this crazy old movie palace edifice. And now there's a Hollywood Theater exclusive cover of Batman on the marquee, like literally standing on the thing.
Yeah.
And so they're going to do a screening of Christopher Nolan's Dark Knight in 35 millimeter on September 4th. And if you bought tickets, you get a copy of the book. Me and Steve are going to be there early and sign it. So I'll kind of do a little intro thing, and then we're going to watch a movie together. And then the remaining copies I will have on hand selling at the show. I'm only signing at the Hollywood Theater's booth. There'll be I think they put me in like the autograph, like the autograph hall. I don't quite know where it is yet, but that's the only place I'm going to be, selling it by hand, and we're going to raise a lot of money for this theater that I love very dearly and want to do good things for. And it's cool. It's crazy. Now we get a little special. I think it might. I don't know what the numbers are, but it's certainly one of the rarest of the Batman variants.
I'm there. I have a friend pick up a copy.
There are 84.
Oh wow!
They sent them to me this week. 84.
Well, it's a #1. It's a hot book. I
genuinely had absolutely. It's like I thought everyone at DC were well-meaning, but super type A, and had drank some kind of Kool-Aid, and there was such a veil of secrecy. Like when they announced me at the retailer thing, I had to sit in a chair. They were hiding me. It was like, guys, really don't. But it was sweet. It was sweet, right? And they were very kind and generous, and none of it is malicious or harmful. It's just I just thought like, wow, this is really over the top. And then I did San Diego. I'm like, yeah, nope. That was I certainly am guilty of underselling things and being self-deprecating, but in this case, I'm genuinely stunned by the scale of this.
Well, I mean, the thing about it also is one of the biggest testaments to what you're doing is also the fact that you're doing it with Jorge, and Jorge is not only a specimen of a human being and a talent, but
he's very handsome.
Yeah, very. But there hasn't been somebody that's done a long run like this on a single character for, especially in the big two, for years. Like if we take Kirkman out of the picture of Invincible and everything like that, Notley, on the big two, like nobody does runs anymore like this, and he's been on it since James, right? Since James Tynion.
Yeah, probably Bendis and Bagley or me and Salva. We had the longest. I had 80-some issues of Iron Man. It was all so.
And that's a decade ago, more. 15 years ago.
At this
We're
point,
gonna work on our black inks. I'm having so much trouble with pen and ink, brush and ink, finding a brush that works properly without splitting hairs. I'm having trouble with the pen nibs. They clog up right away. I'm having trouble with the inks.
Like
They're the pirates.
Not black. This is not black.
And, with the absolute stuff.
It's all Marie. It's Marie Javins. It is the singular vision and talent and ability and generosity of spirit of Marie Javins. She's absolutely transformed the place. The vibe is so great.
Well, and I think also what the public is seeing is from the movie side of it, with James Gunn being the figurehead there, you also have a great person who's showing us the way. And
the first time I genuinely exhaled was going to see Superman and seeing like how it was received. I was like, okay, people are ready for this, because that's kind of not as funny, but like that's definitely the vibe and tone that I'm aiming for. Like it's a superhero forward take on Batman. I told Marie and Rob, the Bat Group editor, when I pitched, like the first part of the pitch was like, people will either love this or hate this, and we'll know real fast. So worst case, I'm done in a year. You know, because it's a shift. It's definitely a tone shift. You know. Have you read them, by the way? Did they get them to you?
I have not. No, I have not.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be reading it next week.
Is there anyone in the stream who has read Matt Fraction's Batman?
On top of the Hollywood Theater.
Be curious how they read.
Resided for years now with your wife Kelly Sue and your kids and everything. My God, what a comic mecca! I mean, the comic stores there.
You throw a rock, it'll bounce off of one shop and hit two more, and each one is wildly different than the other. There are like 7 different comic book ecosystems that are served brilliantly by different stores across town. It's great.
Yeah. And shout outs to Excalibur, Cosmic Monkey, Floating World, Cosmic Dreams, all
Bridge City. It's great. It's the town is silly with great shops.
Yes, and it's silly with creators. I mean, you're one of.
It's a little bit like the State of the Union. Like, we can't all fly out on the same flight to conventions or the Midwest.
That's right. But when we finally get Cascadia as our own territory, we'll have most of the great comic creators here.
I'm ready. Cascadia is number 2 export. It'll be weed and comic book writers
and coffee. That's the best thing.
We don't grow it here, though. We just roast it. So
that's true.
You gotta go to Brazil.
I can honestly tell you, if you ever want to do a Northwestern comic and talk like about all the good stuff here, I'll host you again for that.
Great, love it. I'm in.
So with Batman, one of the biggest, I would almost say, from my point of view, if I was a comic shop owner or whatever, biggest selling point is you're doing singular issue stories, which is huge.
Yeah. I mean, they accrue. There are longer, but yeah, no, it was part of my, I just challenge for myself to keep it interesting. But I'm not so far away from the time in my life where I would root through couch cushions looking for change. I've been very fortunate. I've been very lucky and all that. But like, comics are $5. I know. It's a quarter a page. Like, I'm so concerned with giving people a full meal in exchange for their ticket,
Yeah.
And
I have the same mindset.
It also, like, it just lets me hop modes more. Like, I'm just impatient. There's so many. They asked, do you have any, like, literally, Chip told me he was leaving. He said, would you be interested in at least talking to Rob and Marie about it? And I said, yeah. And Rob and Marie said, do you have thoughts about Batman? And it turns out, yes, I do. It turns out I've had thoughts about Batman since I was 3, and that fooled people into paying me for them. So, like, keeping things in these kind of singular, self-contained beginning, middle, end issues rather than chapters of longer stories, like, it lets me, we do this issue, this issue, it's very ADHD, but it's also a challenge. They're hard as hell to write singular.
Sure.
But yeah, so it also just felt like a can I take kind of the formal approach that David Aha and I had on Hawkeye and Annie and everybody else, and kind of what would that look like now? What have I learned since then in that 10 years or whatever to how would it be different? And and it's a challenge, right? Like I wrote a whole first issue, wrote issue 2, wrote issue 3, threw issue 1 out and rewrote it.
Oh wow!
Like top to bottom rewrote it, right? And I've been working on it at this point for 14 months.
Johnny
I
Paz
started
in the house. What's up,
last
bud?
summer.
VIP.
That makes sense.
I
We're
turned
listening
in
to
the
a
first 3
comics
issues and
podcast with Matt Fraction,
so-
who's writing
so-
Batman.
I had enough time.
Have
I
you
have
read
gone
Matt
back and
Fraction's
read that,
Batman
like,
yet?
The further I get, the smarter I get, the more. Once Jorge started to work, and I've had this kind of luxury of time to really dial in and hope try to I just want it to be a good book. I want it to be the book I want to read, and I'm thrilled that everyone on the team is committed to that as well and patient with me.
Well, and I think people have followed your work, since they started seeing what you were able to do and what you did with Hawkeye, and you
Hawkeye was
were able
great.
to
Great
make
read.
a character. And now, obviously, Hawkeye's not as big as Batman and doesn't have the history.
So was Jimmy
yet.
Olsen. If you guys
Yeah,
haven't read his Jimmy Olsen
I
with
mean,
Steve
we're gonna
Lieber
get
was the
there.
artist. Great.
The fact that you can take something that's been around for a while and put a new spin on it, Jimmy Olsen, another one that's a great.
Oh, see? I
example
told you.
of doing something with a character. I wanted to ask because I just had Kirkman and Finch on, and they're doing their new book Skinbreaker, and Kirkman talked about how once David's art started coming back, it started to shape the story more and change the story a bit. Did you find that with Jorge at all?
Oh, it's true with everybody.
Yeah.
I like collaborative. I don't want employees. I want collaborators.
Sure.
And my favorite part of the process is de-writing. Like when it's one thing to see thumbs and kind of understand balloon placement, but I want to take as many words as possible out of a script, and I want to all that stuff. And yeah, no, it's a constant. I've also been lucky that I've always known who I was writing, with a very few exceptions. I mean, less than 5 times have I been writing blind, and I've always loved who I've been writing for. And I'm a fan of comics. I like a lot of people, so just my approach has always been like, what's the Jorge book I want to see? What's the Terry Dodson book I want to see, or whatever, and just writing into that, and seeing how he sent a page yesterday or the day before, and it was exactly how I saw it in my head. So I feel like I'm there. I feel like I can speak the language now.
Yeah.
There's always a learning process, right? There's time of learning how to harmonize with one another. I feel like we're there. And
This is looking great and for sale.
It's just a matter of.
It turned into something because I listened to a podcast today with Sebastian Bach. He was a huge. He's a huge comic fan, and he was expressing his love for the Hulk. So I put the Hulk in here.
I know he finishes digital, but he might. I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Collaborators that you've had are, something of legend. My introduction to your writing, and is now, one of my favorite books of all time, is Sex Criminals. I mean, there's something about that book, and I know by the way, it's 11 years old, but happy 10th anniversary last year to it.
Thank you.
Just such a special.
Anybody ever read Sex Criminals?
Man, I have so many.
And if yes, what are your thoughts?
About it over the years,
never read it.
I just want to say how much I love that book and how much it changed the way I looked at comics.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
It was a pretty remarkable experience end to end.
Yeah, from reading it as it was coming out, but also hearing stories told about it, and just the tips, which is right back there. I've given that book to 6 or 7 people. Every time I see it, I buy it, and I'm like, somebody's going to appreciate it, and I send it to them.
Somebody's having a dirty Christmas. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I did want to go back and ask you another kind
Sure.
of younger you question about, did you get involved? I know you were involved with the message boards, and that's how you met. Isn't that how you met your wife, and also how you met Chip? Did you ever do any fanzine or zine self-published stuff when you were younger?
Oh yeah. I mean, I made comics compulsively. Do you remember dot matrix printer paper?
Yeah, of
Yep,
course.
it
You
was
know,
okay.
the-
Option, so it's getting big. Oh, Criminals was optioned. This would be 150 for the figure.
Bring it home from her
Uh,
and I would tear off one
let's say
side of the
100
script
for
to separate
these
sheets,
extra
take
figures.
comics, and
I'd say
then
250.
bind them together with yarn.
I won't charge
to
you for just filling in the black
You know,
background.
I made comics in art school.
Should
I
I
comics
load
in
it
art
up as an
school,
auction?
and
Are
I've
we
written
have we seen enough
hundreds of
that we
comics
can
no one will ever see or read.
comfortably buy this?
That I wasn't trying to get published. I was just trying to learn how to do it. You know, it's like having a sketchbook or
Go for it.
you know
Awesome.
doing test paintings or whatever. You know, it was I've always
Let's do
I'd
this.
be making them if no one read them and no one gave a shit. It's a language that I speak, I think, better than English. So I'm not saying it's good, but it's just it's a thing I'm incredibly comfortable with. I've my whole life made comics and then writing about comics and thinking about comics, all of it. Like it's just my shit, you know.
Yeah, my fascination and exploration of fanzine culture is what kind of leads this podcast, because between comics and music, fanzines are.
Okay, I'll do a 1 minute auction. You can physically watch me finish this piece right here.
Of it at the University of Oregon, if you're ever in Eugene.
Oh, that's right.
Specifically,
I gotta plug in my laptop. Hold on a
not
second.
only perpetuated and made by fans, but by women and by a lot of women who are writing science fiction. It's incredible to see.
I did know about that, and it's something I do want to get to. I'd like to get to the Billy Ireland out in Columbus as well.
That's astonishing.
Yeah, I've heard.
They have all of Calvin and Hobbes.
Oh,
they have Windsor McKay originals.
Those are big, weren't they? Windsor, yeah,
it's astonishing. The Billy is incredible.
Yeah, I know they're trying to build something in Portland, right? They're trying to build a comic and cartoon.
I'm thinking of my next sketch will be an absolute Batman.
No.
But if anyone has any characters in mind that you'd like me to
think about San Diego Comic-Con, the whole thing starts from fandom.
to work on, you'd like to see me work on, let me know. I've also got a Wolverine. I've got a Wolverine here somewhere. I've got 3 piles next to me. There's a Wolverine that's halfway done. I might finish that one today.
More women than men attend conventions. Like it's yeah.
Oh, and that's another entire thing that just needs to be pushed forward is women's history in comics.
It's all been included, it's all been
yeah, somebody like Marie Severin. I think about her as being one of the most important figures in comics and does not get the shine that she deserves publicly.
We were just talking about Marie. Isn't that funny?
In more ways than you'll know.
How many times have you talked about Marie Severin before today? How many times have I talked about it? And now suddenly I'm saying something.
Monarch, you're co-creator, showrunner of Monarch Legacy of Monsters, which is the in-between of the King Kong Godzilla movies. Is that a best way to call it?
Sure. Yeah.
Fascinated by how you got involved in that.
Sure. I was working with Legendary on
Johnny Pez coming in, owning
shows and
more sketches. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it so much.
Thing they had been wrestling with for a while, and I saw it so clearly in my head that I asked if I could pitch on it. And because they were like, do you want to any of the stuff that we're developing? Is there anything you're interested in? And I was like, yeah, Monarch. And they thought of because they were like that's a poison chalice. Why would you want to drink out of it? We've been trying to do that for 10 years or whatever. I'm like, I see it. I know it. You got to trust me. And that started a 5-year process, almost door to door, from when that first document got written to being partnered with Chris Black, who developed the show and ran it with me, and to production was like almost 5 years to the day. But yeah, it just came from loving the world and seeing what the show could be in my head, and just convincing enough people and meeting enough people who agreed, and getting lucky, right? It's hard work and luck and timing, I guess.
Still got some details to add, especially in Spidey's costume. I'm going to do some shading on the Hulk over here. But almost there.
Because you hear the word showrunners
Probably about a half hour away.
And use that term maybe in the last 10 years. 10,
Johnny says, have you done cable?
Does everything, is it something that's
with your detail? That would be amazing. I've done a few cables. Yeah, quite a few sketch cards back in the day. Let me see if I can find a cable in my sketchbook.
Yeah, no, it's showrunner has all of that stuff. I mean, there's still studios and networks, but
sketchbooks available in the bin for those of you who are fresh to the stream.
Budget shit to stars and
looking for cable.
Present.
There he
I
is.
was there for 100 of our 106 shooting days. It's crazy. And we went to Tokyo,
I think that's it.
All through British Columbia. I wasn't there for the Hawaii stuff. Because it was at the tail end, and it was like it had started before the Vancouver unit had wrapped. It was one of those things that so we wrap on a Friday. I could get on a plane Saturday.
Appreciate you. I found the ASM 9/11 tribute comic book. 1 second.
Yeah. So I missed Hawaii.
Stop talking. Let's see. I found the ASM 9/11 tribute comic book the other day. Oh wow, that's the all black cover. Daytona. Johnny says I'm excited to add this to my personal collection. Johnny Pez says cool. Cable is cool. Cable is cool. I don't know too much about Cable. I've never read a comic book with Cable in them as the main character. What do you think of that? Not as revolutionary as Miss Mayhem's comment earlier that she doesn't like Spider-Man, or Daytona's comment that he thinks Batman is boring. But I have never read... I'm lying. I read 2 comics with Cable in them. I just remembered I have 2 Cable comics in my collection. One was with art by this guy Ladron. You guys know Ladron's work? Started off as very Kirby-esque in the 90s, and then he's since kind of established another style that's just closer to like Mobius. Kind of interesting to watch artists' styles develop. I'm still working on a style. I don't think I have a style. My drawing changes for each character. Even within the new Zodiacs, my brain is saying, the one character needs to be more designy and more black. I'm thinking of Cricket in particular. And the other character wants to be more grainy, and that's the Liberator, the Aquarius character. And I don't see how either of those jibe together. Ooh, I think that's it. No, it's not it. Okay, just checking. Almost there. Johnny Pez, he's acquiring Joe sketches. You got some from, was it Acid or OG? I forget. And you got a couple from me last time. There's a couple Venom pieces, right? I think I have a cable blank also. But I think I would rely on someone to purchase the commission before I started on a cable drawing. So I'm not sure. I had a Cyclops sketch sitting around for over a year before I finally sold it in New York Comic Con. I think the only characters that I'll draw cold without being prepaid probably going to be either, if it's not something that I really want to draw, such as like say Absolute Batman. It's I'm reading Absolute Batman, and I'm just seeing that it's all over freaking Whatnot, that I would try to draw an Absolute Batman for reals. I did like a headshot bust, but I would do an Absolute Batman for real. I would do that cold. But other than that, if it's not something that I feel like I have to draw, I would do Venom. I'll always do a Venom sketch cold. I'll always do a Spider-Man sketch cold. I'll always do a Wolverine sketch cold, just because I know that if it doesn't sell here, um, I know it'll go at a show. You know, there's that impulse buyer at a convention that I'm sure they have impulse buyers here on Whatnot too, right? You know, you walk into a stream, you're like, oh, hey, oh, what's this? Gotta have it. Okay, bye. But I can't see that person on Whatnot. I can see that person at a convention. Like I see them walk by the table and then they stop and then they're like, how much is that? You know, like they didn't even come here to see me. They were just walking by whatever they were doing, conventioneering, and then they see one of my sketches on the table and they go, oh, how much is that? And I tell them, and then they buy it. And so those characters that always get that response, Spider-Man, Venom, and Wolverine. And if they don't, even if they don't sell, they attract attention. So people will say, oh, this is great. Venom drawing. Can you draw Cable or somebody else? And I'm like, shit, yeah, I can do that. And then they'll get a convention. They'll get a commission based on the drawing that's on display at the conventions. I do have although having said that, I do have an interest in drawing a Raven piece, Raven from the Teen Titans, just because I see so many cosplayers at shows dressed as Raven that I feel like if I did a Raven piece and then made a print of it, that would probably do well, just because there's so many folks that dress up as Raven, probably more than any other character, maybe more than Spider-Man. I see a lot of Ravens. I probably say at least one at every show that I do. I'm not even sure why they're hooked on Raven, because I wonder if they're comic book fans, or is it still Teen Titans Go that is hooking people on Raven? This ink is really bugging me because it's not truly black. But after a couple coats, it gets black. It gets black enough or dark gray enough. So just laying a couple of coats on here. All right, let's tighten up some of this. Let's get some webs going first. It's know them both, but original got from OG. Yes, I have a bunch now. He has a bunch of my sketches. It's such a great series, super popular. Absolute, I think we're talking about. Yep, Absolute Batman selling like crazy. Daytona says I impulsed bought a few Adam Hughes Catwoman today. There you go, right here on the whatnot. You can impulse buy. The Deadpool that I bought was badass. Raven is easy to cosplay. Is that why so many get into it? Could be the live action series for Raven. Raven has a live action series? What? Where is that? I had no idea. I want to see this. I like how the shadow kind of blends into his head. So his head looks kind of like it's floating. I'm digging on that. Love the veins. Doing some vein action. Holy shit. These veins, man. All right. Oh, this is fun. This is goofy. It turned out I had this for reference. Lee Haney, world famous bodybuilder. I did the drawing. It looked like when the drawing was done, it looked like, yeah, it looks like I had a picture of a guy posing, and it didn't look like much else. So it felt like it wasn't conceptually interesting. It was just a drawing. So I'm like, what can I do to this drawing to make it conceptually authentic or interesting to look at? And so I thought, let's put some beat up bodies underneath or behind them and see what happens. And so that's what I decided to do today, and it came out pretty cool. And now it's not just a cool drawing of super muscular dude like this. Now it's a conceptual piece with some storytelling. It's like he's standing triumphant because he kicked some spider ass and some Hulk ass. I forget what miniseries it is, but I'm pretty sure Hulk and Venom went at it in a Venom miniseries. I have an issue of Iron Man where Venom and Iron Man went at it. Almost there. Let's take care of Spidey. Let's get some shadow under that knuckle. Could be the live action series for Raven, Teen Titans live show. Oh, I saw the first 2 seasons of that. Was Raven in there? Oh, yeah. Yes. It's an HBO Max. It wasn't bad, says Daytona. It wasn't bad. It was a total revamp of the series. It wasn't really based on any of the comics, but I didn't think it was that bad. I think there's a Jason Todd. Doesn't he join as the new Robin? And that was a cool take. I remember the promos for. I remember the promos for when it first premiered. Remember, and the Robin character is like F Batman. That was like so badass. Also, I got a Spider-Gwen print. There's so many people asking me for Spider-Gwen. I got to work on that as well. Actually, time is running short because I'd like to have them for the what is it called? It's called the Northeast Comic Con. Oh, Cabin Fever. It's the Cabin Fever Con, which is in November. Northeast Comic Con in Framingham, Mass. And I would love to have at least one new print for that show. And people are asking for Spider-Gwen prints, and I don't have any, so I got to put together a Spider-Gwen print and a Raven print. Let's see how that goes. All right, so we got. This piece is sold, but if you're interested in a similar kind of commission or a different character, let me know. Where'd our guy JD go? Does he still want his Aquaman? Somebody mentioned Aquaman. I think it was JD. Love Aquaman. Oh, Black Manta. Black Manta, he said. That's pretty cool. I'm glad I didn't play any music today. I hope I did play a podcast. I hope I don't get scorched by copyright for playing a podcast. Oh, that's kind of fun. That's kind of cool. Johnny Pez, thank you for the gig, or thank you for coming in and adding this to your collection. I really appreciate it. This was a lot of fun. This one turned into something. It's always cool when you're not really 100% sure. I don't see in my head what the final result is. Sometimes when I start a drawing, I can kind of see what I'm looking for. This one was just meant as an exercise. Let's work on my anatomy. Let's work on the anatomy and see where it goes from there, and then kind of expand it. Ooh, let's do some webbing up in here. Something like this. Very cool. Awesome. Always enjoy your process in this finished piece. Yeah, I like doing it too. It's kind of fun. Awesome to see you sold this piece, Miss Mayhem, popping in and out. Maybe Dave will invite you onto his show, The Avengers. Well, now that I've discovered his show, I might just message him. Yeah, that'd be cool. Always enjoy your process and the finished piece. I've never heard of Direct Edition before, so today was my first. It just popped up on my YouTube, the also stuff, the column on the side with all these different things. I saw Sebastian Bach has a collection, and I thought, hey, it'd be cool to listen to it. And I got caught up in his infection. He clearly is a comic fan. He's got the bug. All righty then. Where'd that Wolverine go? Oh, how frustrating. This feels like the first time I drew him. That's why it says first ever. Because it feels like it's the first time I drew this character. This does not feel like the first time I drew this character. Where's that Wolverine? Stuff is directly in arm's reach. Why can't I find anything? Very frustrating. Okay. Remember these from yesterday? They're still next to me. I haven't put them away yet. Cousteau pages. That's a good way to give you an idea. You got Wonder Woman here. Looks kind of like similar style to this, but this much simpler style, right? So it's almost like every gig I do, I kind of alter my style a little bit. Any Nighthawk fans out there? I'll sell this for 100, even though I charge 150. I've had Nighthawk for a number of years. He's another character that I did because I like the character and no one else does. So that's why I don't just draw some characters on a whim anymore. We've got remarked prints. These are in the auction section. Check those out. If you see a remarked print in the auction that you'd like me to run, let me know. I'm looking for a Wolverine cover that's halfway done. Hold on a second. Still looking for Wolverine. There he is. You bastard. I'm just gonna do something a little crazy. A little crazy. This guy feels like it wants to be kinetic. Let's see. So I'm going to, let's see. Be right back. This feels like it wants to be grim and gritty. I've got a little, what do you call it, a thing full of ink. So I'm thinking of using the ink for splatter purposes. This looks like a Wolverine that's been in a scrap or two. So I'm going to lay in some splatter, grit this one up. Here we go. Let's see. Imagine popping in a stream and people are like, what is going on here? Poor Wonder Woman is getting splattered as well. Yeah, Wonder Woman is just this is actually a misprint. And so she gets to be a tabletop today. And she's also, she's a badass. She can take it. Ooh, how's that? The ink worked its way right through the paper. So we'll do this. While Wolverine's drying, I gotta find a Batman. Oh, here's that Batman logo that Sebastian Bach was talking about. 70s Batman logo. Very great. Iconic. And then, of course, there's the 60s version where the letters are inside the bat silhouette. Trying to think of which one wants an absolute Batman on it. Probably this one. What's this? Batman Beyond. Actually, I have a Batman Beyond blank. Why? Is there a Robin in Absolute Batman yet? That might be cool. No absolute Robin. Is that too? Is that not dark enough to have a kid running around as a hero? I'm gonna go wash my hands before I end up smudging this on my art. I'll be right back. Let's listen to a podcast while you're waiting. Here we
But,
go.
but yeah, no, it's you know we did a bit where we wanted to shoot at an airport in Tokyo, and we just needed Anna walking out of a concourse and hailing a cab, and they told us no, unless we shot in the concourse itself, which was a brand new international arrivals terminal. Its construction had been completed in 2020, so they had this $1 billion facility that had not yet opened, and they wanted so like we quickly scrambled to take advantage of this remarkable, that kind of, like there's
Yeah.
it's creative, it's executive and producerial, and it's a great challenge for someone with the, you know, mental obstacles of mine. Like it's a great job for somebody with ADHD. Like I'll do one thing until I get stuck, would walk 10 feet and somebody else would be like, red or blue, blue, and go over here, and what is this? And it just, there's a zillion things all the time. And then you're looking at cuts and edits and giving notes and effects and music. It's a top down kind of like granular sort of thing.
And the airport question, was it Haneda or Narita, or was it a different airport?
Haneda.
Okay, yeah, I was through there last year, so everything about that country's
Yeah, it wasn't Narita, because that was the one I had flown into before, so it would have been Haneda.
Yeah. Okay. Now, obviously, you get to play in a sandbox of Godzilla and kaijus. Is that something that always spoke to you as
Oh, yeah.
up and through Doll
Yeah.
House?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. I old horror and science fiction movies were my bread and butter. I have a Godzilla tattoo. Like
There you go.
I'm yeah. No, it wasn't. I didn't have to do a lot of homework for the gig.
Sure. I'd show you my Godzilla tattoo, but you don't want to see my thigh.
It's not that kind of podcast.
No, not
Yeah, no. So it was born out of a love of the thing, and seeing a way that the show could live and exist in a way that stood next to the films, but existed as television, which I think are two different things in very specific ways, are important.
Yeah, and the characters. I mean, you
Joe, I got to run, says Johnny Pez. Thanks for the book. I'll catch you next time. Johnny Pez popping in, grabbing something, popping out. Thank you very much. It's always good to see you. VIP Johnny Pez, everybody. Anybody else? Let's see. No absolute Robin, no. But don't go give them any ideas. Oh, it's just a matter of time. It's going to happen, but to what degree, we don't know. So this is how I got exposed to Absolute Batman at my library, Peabody Institute in Danvers, Massachusetts. So let's see, 5 fire features. This is just a staple now. You can't not do a Dark Knight Returns homage at some point, right? There it is again. I don't like when you knock out the black line. It looks faded. It doesn't look cool. This is a very cool way to introduce a storyline with a double page spread with just a silhouette. Again, very Frank Miller, Dark Knight Returns vibe there. I know I read this, but I don't remember details about it. So we got. Did we get 2 fire features there? Sound effects are your friend, but I would spell nts, nts, nts with a TSS, not nst, nst, nst. I would go ANNTSSS. Nts, nts, nts. But I totally get the idea, and that the idea that the idea that the sound is continuing, like in other words, you can hear the background music um, within the scene. I like that idea a lot. So that's two. You don't see silhouettes a lot. I think that may be an editorial choice somewhere down the line in the last 20 years or so, but silhouettes are so great. Fire feature number 3 is use of silhouettes are so great. What is your guys' take on this? I don't know what you would call it, the hooks on the end of his cape. Uh, what are your thoughts on that? And then he can use them like stilts. That's 3. We're up to 3. And then this is just so, it's kind of funny. The axe on his chest. It's kind of funny. Let's give it up for the axe. It's over the top. It's crazy. So give it up for the axe. And also the ears that become blades. This I actually thought was a cool idea. So that's 4 and 5. We're at 5 fire features. We got it. But there was something else in the that I liked. The fact that he was an engineer and he knew a lot about the city plans of Gotham, like this stuff here. So he knew how to travel through the sewers in order to get to certain locations without being spotted. Uh, I, I'll swap out one of those other features for that. I like that idea. All right. In DCKO, Absolute Batman was running on his cape as if he was Doc Ock. Yeah, you can't say Doc Ock. So he says, Daytona says Doc Ock. Yeah, I don't know about that. That's one of my least favorite revisions. Also, like the idea that his poker buddies are all, in our universe, they're all his villains. So I thought that was kind of fun. Something different. And very important for the main character to have a supporting cast, a credible supporting cast, and ideally a grounded in reality supporting cast. Like the idea of continuing this motif of the silhouette in the intro of each issue. I thought that was a very cool idea. Your 5 fire features may vary. If you can think of any, let me know. The thing about this guy is he's like Venom size, like he's like super bulky, right? He's above and beyond 6'2", 250. He looks like he weighs like 400 pounds. I'm getting hungry again. I'm probably going to sign off around 4. If anybody has any questions, let me know. I'll start on Absolute Batman, and yeah, he kind of looks like he wants to move very almost Spider-Man-ish. I should be looking at this on camera so you can see what I'm looking at. I guess we might want to cash in on that axe too. It's so funny. The size of his feet, man. They're the size of my chest. Oh, best of both looks. So you get the short-eared Batman with the knives, without the knives, and then the long-eared Batman with the knives. Is this like smart? Is this like nanites or something? How does this fabric work? Not important, right? Just looks cool. I read this. I thought it was good. I like Jason Aaron a lot. I haven't read a lot of his work, but what I've read I like a lot. Southern Bastards, fantastic. Scalped, great. This worked out well. This was cool. First volume is very much like a setup, so I didn't see. They treated this guy more of a more mysterious. The story wasn't necessarily focused on him or his choices. So interested in reading more of that. This one was. I thought this was great. It was a lot of fun. And I've got Flash and Green Lantern. Absolute Flash and Absolute Green Lantern are at the library right now, waiting for me to pick them up. They haven't explained Batman's tech. Yeah, I'm not sure they need to, but it'd be helpful to understand, if you were drawing the character, understand, how somehow those tethers can come together and become the classic bat cape. It'd be cool to understand how that works. And maybe you could riff off it if you could understand it better. So this guy's dry. I'll probably work on him next week. Daytona says 3. I'm not. What does 3 refer to? That was an error. I'm putting my new monitor together and hit the keyboard. No worries. Did I stop this? I don't remember.
You got a great cast, like I said, and Anna Sawai did some amazing things with Shogun. Obviously,
She's astonishing. She's
Yeah.
going to be the biggest thing in the world,
yeah, and
deserves it.
100%. And I enjoyed the interweaving of the characters, and I also, it was interesting to me because I moved to Seattle originally, and there was some stuff that was supposed to be in Seattle. I'm like, no, that's Vancouver. But I love how
But at least Vancouver is in the Pacific Northwest. Like,
Exactly.
I'm rewatching X-Files with my daughter, and it's all Vancouver.
uh-huh.
Like, it's Kentucky, Vancouver, it's Arizona, Vancouver. It's
They were the first show, right? They were the first show to really take production to Vancouver, I think.
maybe so, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's funny watching it. I can, like, oh, we shot there, I blew that building up, this, really. It's very fun to it's like a, yeah. We had some crew. We had some of their crew on our
Sure. That makes sense.
crew everything.
I want to go back to comics because there is something that you've done in the past that I appreciate. You've done some playlists for certain books that you've made, and your relationship to music. Obviously, you're a big music nerd. I'm a big music nerd. Are you planning to do anything like just on the side, maybe some Batman suggestions for music-wise for reading, or is there anything that you listen to while you write?
It's interesting. Is I don't know if it's age or I mean I suspect I'm a little bit like I feel like a locust, like a kind of every little while I have to kind of tear everything apart and start over and figure out how I do this in a brand new way all over again, and it's a very work intensive. I wish I could just do something easy. I wish I could just do it the easy way, but it's like the Simpsons joke, there's the right way, the wrong way, and the max power way, which is wrong a bit faster. As the Matt Fraction way is slower and harder. But I'm in a place now where I kind of can't. I don't. I'm. Yeah, no. I need to just kind of.
I can't listen to music while I write.
A document open, have my notebook and a Word file open, and that's it. Like I can't even have like ball games going anymore. Like I can't have ambient anything. I just need to be able to focus as much as possible. So yeah, I've not. My son was actually putting a playlist together last night and asked me for a couple of recommendations, and I ended up like going through all. I used to do like monthly playlists of whatever songs went through my head. Right, I would put down if I caught myself singing something, it would go on these lists, and I've fallen out of the habit of doing it. But it's just like, oh yeah, no, it is weirdly quiet here these days.
I get that.
Yeah, I just can't. I don't know. It's and I've never been one of those guys that had like I don't particularly like movie scores. I don't listen to movie scores particularly often or anything like that. But yeah, no, I tend to work in as much quiet as I can get.
It's interesting because
For me, it's always been that way with writing.
I can take one of any of Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross's scores, and that's perfect, at least comic reading material. But yeah, working, editing for me, I can't listen to anything. I have to be doing
to be focused.
And there was a time when I needed 30 different things happening, and describe it to my wife as like I need to jingle my car keys at the Raccoons, and so there would be like a baseball game and like the news with the sound muted and music playing, you know what I mean, and that chat window, and just sort of the raccoons needed this so I could do this, and now it's all of the raccoons are in the same direction. Like, we just got to focus on this thing and crank.
Do you think that's like growing with ADHD? Some of that is what that is.
How do
It's
you
like
know if you
you're-
have ADHD?
Yeah, and I don't know if, like I said, I don't know if it's age. I don't know if it's the medication. I don't know if it like I said, if creatively everything changes for me every, I don't know. Maybe it'll turn around, but no, I love music deeply, but it isn't compatible with my work style.
Right. Yeah,
And yeah, just looking at this thing last night, I was like, oh right, I missed this. But it's all the thing, like, I can't listen to music at night. I get too excited and I can't sleep. Like, I would start to play these songs. I was going to say to myself, like, no, stop. I'm going to get to, like, it's
right.
Yeah.
I completely I mean, I have the opposite. Like, I have really bad anxiety, so I'm hyper focused on things, and I can pay attention to almost everything at once to a fault. Where, like, I'm paying attention to way too much at once.
Yeah.
And
And I have a processing thing where I'm not hard of hearing, but in certain environments at certain decibels, all of the noise flattens, and I can hear someone 3 feet away from me just as well as I can hear someone 10 feet away from me. Conventions are really hard for me. Like, there's a I have to focus, like I'm taking the SATs at conventions, and I tend to, like, favor my ear at people when, and it's not because I can't hear, it's because I need to focus on everything you're saying, on top of all of my social anxiety shit and anxiousness and all that stuff. Like, I gotta keep that tamped down, but also, like, and there are times restaurants are horrible, and it sucks. It sucks, and I don't know what I used to think it was. I'm glad I know what it is now. I'm glad I recognize that it's not.
well, you recognize it.
Yeah, but yeah, it's a really, I spent most of July and August actually doing carpentry, and that was nice because I could have music on for that. So I spent listened to a lot of music this summer, but because I was using a saw and a drill and a chisel, and not
A pen and
not
paper.
writing. Yeah.
I think, especially talking about cons, like, I took, obviously COVID really grounded us all from going to stuff. But even when I came back and I went to my first Emerald City, I was like, I don't like it as much as I used to.
Yeah. I at first it was safety, and then it was, when COVID started, I had wrapped up a bunch of projects and kind of tagged out of doing more and was kind of house dad. My wife had things more actively going. And so then there's kind of like a primacy of care kind of thing. And then I realized I am so crippled by anxiety. They are exhausting and performative. It is like a self-induced panic attack that I sustain for days, and it's really hard. As there's the part of me. I didn't actually have the kind of spikiness that I feel when I was at San Diego. Granted, it was only a day, so again, maybe things have changed. Maybe it's age and medication and therapy. But no, they have been. I realized I was saying no to shows because they made me feel bad.
Yeah, I get that.
And the better they went, the worse I felt. Right? Because I was gonna fuck it up. And look at all these people who are so nice and who just want to come and say hello, and these people who afford you your lifestyle, and you disappointing every single one of them. And like, it just made me feel unwell. Like, I got off of social media in like 2014, Did you ever lick a 9-volt battery?
Yes, once.
I still like to do
That's
that.
how social media makes me feel.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what it is. It makes me feel like I'm licking a 9-volt battery. It's not healthy. I was like, oh, this is not good for me.
No.
And I get a lot of moral and ethical reasons to bail too, but like personally, selfishly, this feels unhealthy. It feels like I'm drinking poison. Like I'm not supposed to like this. I'm just supposed to be looking at pictures of food and dogs. Like why? And it makes me. Oh, this. I'm not meant. My mind knows innately. I'm not supposed to have a view of 30,000 different windows into 30,000 different lives at the same time. So
It's the same, and you get this because we're at that age. We watched it grow, but it's the thing with the 24-hour news cycle. You're not supposed to know what's going on in the world 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's not healthy.
and rarely do we need to.
No.
Yeah, I don't know. So, I'm doing shows for the next month or two in a way that I've not done since probably the height of Sex Criminals. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see if I feel different on the other side of it. I'm wary in advance. I'll tell you that much.
I'll say this.
Just because I'm gonna fuck it up. I'm gonna hurt somebody's feelings. I'm gonna piss somebody off. I'm not gonna mean to. I'm not gonna know it, and then. I'm going to be someone's terrible experience at a convention that ruins comics for them. They'll hate me and they'll think comics are dumb, and it's all because I made it dumb. I don't know.
Yeah.
What could you say?
It's never ending, and I can't hear what they're saying anyway. All I can hear is the voice in my head screaming, "You're an asshole! You're fucking it up!"
Who is this guy? Jeez.
Great stuff.
For anybody listening, when you see Matt at a convention, just say hi. I appreciate you.
No, don't tell anybody anything. Let them no.
No, but
know that the entire time we were talking, my toes are in fists to the point my feet cramp.
Well, you make a lot of people very happy to read your work, so
it makes me happy that they read it, and it really, I don't charge for signatures. That's changed. That's the other thing.
Oh yeah, that is
Conventions are totally different. Just in the I don't charge for signature. It literally feels like the least I can do to sign my name a few times for people who afford me this lifestyle. Like I don't know. I do appreciate it as an exercise in gratitude. It makes me feel very, very lucky and very grateful. And, there are good parts to it, but my brain doesn't let me enjoy them. Brains are bullshit. In conclusion,
they are. They're fucked up machines that you can't do anything to.
Bags of fat and wires. It's a bad way to run a railroad. Who would build a computer out of fat and wires? Dumb.
If I didn't have to deal with imposter syndrome a lot, my life would be a lot better. But going into this, I'm just like, I'm not a journalist. I'm not John Sontress. I'm just a dude that with a podcast but loves to talk in conversation.
Dude, I'm not even good enough for imposter syndrome. It's a Bechdress joke. That's a good one, so
That's funny.
It's really good. So, damn it, you just killed me with that one. As this comes out, Batman 1 will have already come out, but I don't think I need to
I'll tell you one thing. I'm turning on all the lights on this costume. So it's going to be spikes up the wazoo and axe right in your face. And bat cape action.
So hopefully everyone digs it. I get to do. I will do this until it stops being fun. I've been doing it for 14 months now, and it is yet to feel like work. So
that's awesome. I mean, that usually when the person creating is having fun doing it, the people reading it, enjoying it, watching it, whatever it is, are going to enjoy it.
Yeah, I think you can certainly tell when someone types with one hand because they're pinching their nose closed with the other one. So.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it's the same with music. You can tell when somebody's just fulfilling a contract or whatever. I want to give a big thank you to Chip for connecting us, and a big thank you to you for taking time out of your day to come on my podcast.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you for coming to me. I'm sorry I got to bounce a little early, but this was great. This was a lot of fun.
Awesome. Well, hopefully we can do it again in the future. Best of luck on Batman 1 next week, Rose City, and the Hollywood Theater, which is awesome that you're doing that.
September 4th. Oh, and then if you're in town on the 11th, as part of the Movie Madness University, I'm doing a class teaching a one-night seminar about cinematic influences on Batman. What would be cool to see. So check that out. You can find out more on moviemadness.com or the Hollywood website. You can find it.
I'll post links to it in the description for people. So Matt, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Have a great day.
You too.
Thanks for watching that interview with Matt Fraction. It was a delight to talk to him. I had never spoken to him before. Believe it or not, he's one of the very few creators that I've never met. But Chip, I asked Chip to connect us, and you know they're great friends, so I knew that I would get along very well with Matt. And we could have talked a lot longer. He had a meeting to go to after, so we'll do it again. But I really appreciate Matt's honesty, and I really am excited to read this Batman run. Batman is the character that I read the most of and have enjoyed the most comics of out of any of the big two superheroes since I was a kid. I'm a diehard Batman fan, so you know I'm excited for it, and I definitely no, I'm not going to be disappointed by it. And like I said, if you are part of the Patreon, you're going to get some extra bonus stuff with Matt. So $5 a month, the link's down below. You got nothing to lose but $5 a month. I promise I'll make it worth your while. Do I have to do your laundry for you too? And if you haven't rated this podcast, you can do so on Apple and Spotify, Amazon. Just give it a star rating.
Do my laundry.
Come
on over.
On both Spotify and Apple.
I was just doing
and
laundry.
If you're watching on YouTube, as most people are, just hit the like button and drop a comment down below. Hit the bell so you're notified when I drop a new episode. Because I'm, you know.
All right. That's enough of that. Baby. I'm about ready to blow out. Anybody have any questions, comments? Anybody want to grab this big, fat, absolute Batman figure sketch? It'd be cool if I could extend the auction for like 10 minutes and then work on it for 10 minutes. Let's do 2 minutes. If anybody's in the room and wants to purchase this absolute Batman sketch, you're welcome to do that now. And I'll finish it, or I'll work on it for the next half hour or so. But more than likely, I'll finish it off camera. But if you want to see me work on it right here on the stream, it's certainly welcome to do that. Looking badass, man. Can you make it out already, Mike? Look at this. My second absolute Batman sketch. This is the first one. This is just me just taking a shot at it. Available for $200. $100 for black and white head bust sketch. $100 for color. Also, work in progress. Hunt for Wolverine, just smattering it up, gritting it up. And this one I just sold to Johnny Pez. Hell yeah, looks good. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. We got to do his utilita belt. But I just realized something. Even Absolute Batman has the trunks. which I didn't think was cool anymore, but I guess it's cool in the absolute universe. Look, there he is with the trunks. Got the trunks. Very interesting. Interesting. Hadn't noticed that until just now. I might have to get some reference. Take a photo of that hand because it's at a weird angle and I can tell I'm screwing it up. So I'm gonna have to take a photo of that camera with my camera, and we'll make the corrections later. Now let's see this axe. Shunk. Looking for the boots. Oh, I know. You know, I should flag this page, which has the character design on it. Yeah, this. I should definitely flag this. No bites on Absolute yet. So you get this ankle protector or ankle guard. And he's got these 6 spikes. All right, so I'm probably going to blow out. Got some work to take care of. I think this is a good place to leave it. I think this is a good place to leave it. I want to clear this axe before I go. This axe needs to be separated from his arms. So I'm going to put this halfway. Yeah. And when I come back to it, there we go. Yeah, let's clear that arm. Clear this. Crack. That's a fun place to leave it. So I think I'm going to leave it there. I'll come back to it probably next week, or maybe in my spare time if I have any during the week. Let's do this. Very special thanks to Johnny Pez for grabbing my crazy Venom drawing. It just means I got to do another Venom drawing for my next convention, so I'm going to be busy. We also got this guy. Anybody interested in grabbing this guy? Let's put Hmm. Anybody in the room interested in having me finish this off camera? Um, I can work on this later today and tomorrow. If you can tell what's going on and you like it and you have seen some of the stuff in the bin or some of the stuff that I've recently done, and you'd like me to complete this today or tomorrow, I'm going to run the auction. Let's see. Here's an auction for 20 seconds. Okay. So it's a 150 is single figure, black and white. No charge for the extra splatter that I got going on in the background. But this is going to be like a raw, visceral kind of scrapper Wolverine. If you'd like, I can finish this today or tomorrow. Just grab it today. No problemo. What other sketches do I have in the auction? Any interest in this absolute Batman? This is headshot slash bust shot. That's $100 here on the stream, and plus color is 100. So this would be $200 right here. So if you're interested, I'm going to run this 15 seconds. Let's do 20 seconds. This is, as the note says, Absolute Joe St. Pierre, first ever. This is my first ever attempt at Absolute Batman. So that's a landmark to somebody, at least to me. Here we go, 20 seconds, $200 for a full color bust shot of Absolute Batman. No bites, no worries. Take that with me to Northeast Comic Con in just about a month. Anybody interested in a remark on Planet of the Symbiotes, Spider-Man? This is MJ, Mary Jane Watson. Let's see, is MJ in the auction? There she is. So I usually charge $60 for a color remark. So the book itself cost me $10, but just pay for the remark. Get the comic for free. 20 seconds, $60. Jersey says, where is the Northeast Comic Con at? It's in Framingham, Massachusetts. Very cool show. This March, they're going to have Alex Saviuk, who is a Spider-Man artist, among other things, and Joe Rubenstein. Never heard of it. Where are you located, Jersey? Are you in Jersey? It's a cool, fun. I call it a cozy show. It's very cool. It's not a lot of lines. Um, you can kind of hang out with the artists and stuff. One second, I'm creating an item. and suddenly forgot how to type with one finger. Let's see. So this is 200, 250 at a show like Northeast Comic Con. There's 150 for MJ's figure, and then the extra stuff is would be 50. So let's go even further down. That's 150. Let's do 175. See if there's any interest in MJ / Venom. You know, MJ is Venom nowadays. So here we go, 20 seconds. MJ. $75 off convention price. MJ for sale. Venom MJ. This will be 200 in the store, actually. If you go to the Buy It Now section, MJ is 200 in the store. You save money by buying stuff here on the Whatnot stream as opposed to meeting me at a convention, because I'm working out of the comfort of my home studio, so not a lot of traveling, don't have to fly anywhere, don't have to rent any cars or vehicles or vans or semis to bring all my gear. Don't have to drive anywhere. So you save money right here on the stream. Ooze, I think yeah. Single head is $100. Second head is $100. Second head plus background and ooze is 100. So this would be 200. This would be 250 at a show, but in the comfort of my studio, I'll chop $50 off. Here you go. 20 seconds. Let's see. Did I launch that? No, it doesn't look like it. Start auction. 20 seconds for amazing. Actually, this should be $25 more because this is a pricey. This is like a $20 book. Amazing Spider-Man 300. The first appearance of Venom facsimile sketch cover edition. So that this should be $225. I think it's $225 in the bin maybe, and $275 at shows. So we'll do 200 here, and let's see what happens. Here we go. 20 seconds. What's up, Acid? VIP Acid in the house. Daytona says Boxborough, Mass. Did I get the town wrong? Let's see. Amazing Spider-Man single figure 150, and then additional figure 100. Minor background plus 50. So this is 150, 250. This is 300 here on the stream. Let's see if I have one lined up in the auction section. I do. 300. There it is. So let's do 15 seconds on this one. Here we go. Spidey and Miles together. $50 off convention prices. Bling. What's left? What's left? Oh, I can't believe this hasn't sold yet. Maybe my price is too high. Daredevil head sketch. I charged a little extra because of the background, but let's forget about that. Let's just pretend that this is a head sketch without a background. $100 for Daredevil, 15 seconds. I got a request from my guy Kirk. He wants a full figure Daredevil. This is a headshot, $100. Bling. What else we got in here? Ninja Turtles. 150 at a show such as Northeast Comic Con, but right here on the stream, it's $100. Here we go, 15 seconds. Acid said, Johnny said you did or were doing Wolvie. I do have a Wolvie in progress. Wolvie in progress. I'll sell it to you today and I'll work on it off camera if you like. Single figure is 150. I'm also working on Absolute Batman #2. So if either of those appeal to anybody, let me know. I'll run the auction again. I just ran Turtles, so let's put the Turtles aside. And we've got this, which I'm slightly surprised hasn't sold yet. But this will make a convention appearance at Northeast Comic Con. I guarantee you will not see this again. Let's see. So this is 100, and then do the half price for the background because it's fairly simple. Let's see. Edit, and then head sketch with background. Be 150. There we go. Grab your Venom before, and then you even get an extra spider up in the top there. Grab your Venom before the Northeast Comic Con does. Here we go. Product auctions. Start auction. 15 seconds. 150. Background is usually $100, but this is a fairly simple background, so I'm just charging half. Both look great, says Acid. Thank you. Acid, if you want me to run either one of them, let me know, okay? I ran them before you came in, but happy to accommodate. Here's a remark. I had nothing to do with this comic book except that for some reason, I just saw the Joker's face on this Batman head, so I remarked it. I can sign it across here for you. I realize I haven't signed this yet, so I can sign this for you. Let's do oh my god, $20, really? Starting price 20. All right, I'll start it at $20, 15 seconds. That's a little low. I think I would do 50 for this. But anybody want it for 20? Jump on board. I'll sign it right across here. I think that would be good. I will change the price on that ASAP. No problem. Let's do that now, actually. Edit item. I will change the price on this guy too. This is $60. I usually charge 60 for this, but here's your last chance for X-Men Legacy. I don't know what the name of this friggin' book is. X-Men Blue, whatever. I saw $20.99 was the theme of the story, so I thought, let's try this out. We'll do a Spidey $20.99. remark on the 2099 themed X-Men book. As you guys may or may not know, that was my first gig at Marvel Comics, was Spider-Man 2099. I did 6 issues of that, 4 issues of the regular series and 2 fill-ins. So that was fun. For you Spidey 2099 fans, this is your last chance to get this for $30. Stand by. This is going up to 60 after this. So grab it now. Yeah, I usually charge 60 for color remarks. So let's do that again. Hold on. 2099. Edit item 60. Thank you. Confirm. Anybody want it for $60? This will be fun. Maybe there's someone who just joined. Now it's 60. Now do you want it? Hey, Chris Mullen in the house. What's up, man? It's VIP day. Everybody's showing up today. No bites for 60. Okay, should I raise it to 90? I think that's all I got for my my already pre-completed sketches. This one has sold, so you can't have this one. What else? Do I have anything else? I think that's it. We'll do one more time with Absolute and Wolverine, and then we'll bow out today. Absolute Batman. Edit. Single figure, black and white, pen and ink. $150 here on the stream. Here we go. 15 seconds. And I will finish it off camera, send it to you either tomorrow or Saturday. Should charge extra because of this. But then again, he obscures some of the body. No bites. Okay, no worries. And Hunt for Wolverine, once again, probably this is just the layout stage at this point. I erased the pencil lines, but from here we go to detailed drawing. So is there a Wolverine item? There he is. Wolverine sketch. 15 seconds. 150, and I will finish it. This is not what you're actually buying. You're buying the finished sketch. And then we'll blow out. Awesome. Thank you guys. Wow. Thanks for passing my day. It went by really fast. Don't forget, we've got plenty of graphic novels in the bin. I added a couple today, actually. I don't have them handy, but there's a Venom. There's a what is it called? Venom the Hunger. Venom the Hunger. It's called Epic Collection, which includes the Tooth and Claw miniseries from 1 to 3. It's like a collection of 25 Venom comics, 3 of which are the Venom Tooth and Claw miniseries. That's available in the bin. I just added that today. It comes with a copy of my latest book, which is called New Zodiacs Pisces. Here's New Zodiacs Pisces right here. And then we've also got another Venom Epic Collection book called Planet of the Symbiotes, which collects the storyline, Planet of the Symbiotes storyline, of which I did one chapter. So New Zodiacs comes with either purchase, the either Venom Epic purchase. I'm also the creator of the New Zodiacs, of Megahertz, and of Bold Blood. New Zodiacs is my most recent thing. It's my own universe of characters, kind of like my Marvel universe. 12 characters who can channel the cosmic energies of the Zodiac. They will eventually start interacting with each other as I roll out each character. Um, I'm going to kind of touch base with the previous character. So, New Zodiac's Pisces is the second in the series. The first was Aquarius, and there is lo and behold, there's an Aquarius backup story. His name is the Liberator. He channels the Aquarius energy. So there are two stories featuring the main character of this book, the Pisces character. Her name is Cricket. She communicates with the dead trapped on Earth. There are two adventures with Cricket in this book. And then there's a backup story with the previous guy, the Aquarius, the Liberator. He's a hacker who steals from the info rich and gives to the info poor. Great shit, man. I'm going to jump. Actually, after this stream is done, I'm gonna jump right back on this. I'm working on New Zodiac Sagittarius right now, so check out the bin. There are 3 variants for Pisces. There are 6 variants for Aquarius, all of varying rarities, different variant covers. So check those out. In the meantime, let's see what else. I think that's about all I got. There's plenty of prints in the bin to knock yourself out. I'm doing my best to establish the store to make sure everything that's in a live stream is in the store. So you can always revisit when I'm not live and jump into the store and grab something there. Hopefully, I got everything loaded up in the store. If anyone has some time and wants to let me know if there's anything missing or something they're looking for they don't see in the store, feel free to send me a DM or something. I think that's about it. I hope you guys have a great weekend, and I'll see you Wednesday. Don't forget March Madness is coming up. We do sketch cover madness starting first week in March. So thanks again. I'll see you guys Wednesday. Let's create a raid. I don't do that. Oh, hey, let's do my man, Jerry Robson. He's crazy.